Bernie Sanders trying to prove this message.
Hi, I'm Becky Bond. I'm a member of the national organizing team for the Bernie Sanders campaign. And I wanted to thank all of you for the work that you're doing and for joining us today so Senator Sanders could deliver a special live address to his best supporters. It's just 9 days before the Iowa caucus. And as you know, the race is very close. What we've accomplished together so far in this campaign, it's nothing short of incredible. Every day, more voters across this country get inspired to vote for Bernie because who he is and what he stands for. And it's also because they're hearing about his message from hundreds of thousands of volunteers like you. Bernie's presidential run is defying the odds and blowing past all estimates of how well people thought he could do. Now, how is this happening? It's happening because of the work of this huge and growing movement that we're all a part of. Simply put, you are the campaign. No presidential primary campaign ever has seen the likes of what you have built to elect Bernie. Over 2.5 million contributions, amazing staff and volunteers working very hard on the ground here in Iowa and in New Hampshire and the rest of the early voting states. And we have hundreds of thousands of volunteers in every state of the nation making millions of calls to voters. Now, we know that this is working. The polls show that we're neck and neck in New Hampshire and we're within striking distance in Iowa. We really want to win both states because victory in Iowa and New Hampshire, it's now possible because of the work we've all done together. And what happens next when we win? Well, like a lot of us, you've probably heard people say they're with Bernie on the issues, but they're not sure he can win. Now, if we can win in Iowa and we can win in New Hampshire, then those people who are with us on the issues but haven't yet gotten involved, they're going to see that not only can Bernie win, but that he's the front runner. And they're going to come join the movement and start working to help elect Bernie. And another thing that's going to happen, if we can win in Iowa and we can win in New Hampshire, is that the media are going to have to start talking about Bernie as the front runner. When they do that, the floodgates are going to open, and suddenly voters everywhere will be hearing about Bernie for the first time and checking him out. Now, those of us who've been active spreading the word about Bernie's campaign, we know that when voters hear Bernie's message, they're going to want to support him. So from Iowa and New Hampshire, we'll roll this campaign on to Nevada and South Carolina, and we'll have this incredible momentum going into Super Tuesday, where we already have staff and volunteers organizing on the ground, getting ready for this huge Bernie surge that we're going to create out of our early victories. So it's pretty simple what we have to do now. Bernie has put victory within our reach, and to win, we're counting on you and hundreds of thousands of volunteers to make literally millions of calls to voters so that we can find out who's with Bernie and who still needs to be convinced. Now, we call these voter ID calls. The work to identify voters, it's already started and many of you are involved. But now is absolutely the time to double down. Just tonight, nearly 2,000 of you are hosting events to watch this live stream. And incredibly, in just the next 2 weeks alone, Bernie supporters are hosting about 2,000 phone banks. It's incredible. Our staff on the ground in early voting states, they're counting on us, no matter where we live, to make millions of voter ID calls so that they can know who is with Bernie and who hasn't yet decided who they're going to vote for. Now, our calls coming in from across the country to identify voters for the campaigns, these calls, they free up our local staff and volunteers in key states to do the work that only they can do, to go out and knock on doors of voters that we've identified, and then in person deliver the most effective pitch for Bernie in a way that only a neighbor can do. This massive out-of-state volunteer calling program to identify voters, it's something that none of the other campaigns have, not even close. It's a powerful tool for the campaign. The more calls you make, the more time our staff and volunteers on the ground in key states can spend talking to the most important voters and doing it one-on-one and in person. So we know what we have to do to win, but to do it, we need you. The opportunity before us, it's pretty amazing. your fellow volunteers and some of you watching, you've all created this huge number of phone banks to call voters in key states. Nearly 2,000 of them coming up in the next 2 weeks. Getting those 2,000 events set up, it's totally unprecedented. And now we need you to show up those phone banks and call enough voters so Bernie can win. Okay, so I need you now to get out your phones. Yes, get your phone out and go to bernie.to/win. That's bernie.t as in Tom, o/win. Now this site should work great on your phone, so bring it up right now. bernie.to/win. Now at bernie.to/win, you'll find that your neighbors have posted phone banks. Sign up for as many days as you can. A lot of volunteers, they're making calls every single day. And if you can do that too, it would be amazing. We need a lot of callers because there are so many voters we're going to be calling in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Nevada. Now we're also going to point this giant national voter contact machine towards the Super Tuesday states. Those are the states that vote on March 1st. Calling these March 1st states now, it's absolutely critical to the campaign so that we can defeat the onslaught of super PAC-funded attack ads that we know are coming. So even while we're still working to win in Iowa and New Hampshire, we also need tens of thousands of you talking to voters in the 11 states that vote March 1st so that we can be in a position to win on Super Tuesday. So go to bernie.to/win, sign up right now. Now, if someone doesn't have a smartphone where you are or is having trouble, let them sign up on your phone. Make sure everyone signs up. You're going to have a great time with awesome people, and you're going to help win the Democratic presidential nomination for Bernie. Now, we asked you to gather together across the country because Bernie wanted to speak directly to you, his best supporters. So without further delay, here is Senator Bernie Sanders.
Well, Becky, thank you so much. I don't know what more that I can add, but I will try. And let me just begin by reminding all of you who are at the 2,000 house parties across this country, I want you to appreciate what you have accomplished. Not me, but what you have accomplished. We started this campaign at something like 3% in the national polls. We started this campaign with no money, no political organization, and nobody, none of the media, none of the experts thought that we were anything more than a fringe candidacy. Well, 9 months have come and gone. And now we have hundreds of thousands of volunteers in every state in this country. Now what we have done also is to break our dependency, political dependency on super PACs. What we have said is, you know what, in this campaign, these are the folks we represent. We don't represent Wall Street. We don't represent the billionaire class. We don't want a super PAC. And a lot of the experts said, how can you possibly run a national campaign where you need to raise hundreds of millions of dollars? How can you do it without a super PAC? And we said, we're just going to go out to the American people. And we're going to ask them to support us if they want to see a transformation of American society. And that's what they did. And at the end of 9 months, we have received over 2.5 million individual contributions, more contributions than any candidate in the history of the United States of America up until this point. And on top of that, our average contribution, get this, is $27. So what we are showing uniquely in modern American history is that you can run a campaign without begging billionaires and Wall Street for money for your super PAC. We can do it through a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the reason that our campaign is gaining so much momentum, the reason, as Becky said, why we are probably ahead now in New Hampshire, running neck and neck here in Iowa, and doing well all over this country, is that our message is resonating with the American people. All across this country, people know that the economy today is rigged. They understand that it is wrong, that working families have to work longer hours and earn lower wages, that people have to work 2 or 3 jobs. while almost all of the new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. They understand that it is an obscenity that today the top 0.1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%, and that the 20 wealthiest people in our country own more wealth than the bottom half of America. But it is not just the massive level of income and wealth inequality that gets the American people upset. It is also the understanding that we have a corrupt campaign finance system that is undermining American democracy. Now, you can be a conservative, you can be a progressive, you can be a moderate, but nobody I know thinks that American democracy is about billionaires like the Koch brothers being able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to buy elections. So you add a rigged economy to a corrupt campaign finance system, to the fact that millions of young people are struggling to figure out how they're going to be able to go to college and not leave school deeply in debt. And then you throw in the reality that the scientific community is united in telling us that climate change is real, that it is caused by human activity, that it is already causing devastating problems in our country around the world, and that we have a Republican Party so indebted to the fossil fuel industry they cannot even acknowledge the reality of climate change. And you have a situation where in America today, people know, you don't have to be black to know this, you don't have to be Latino to know this, you don't have to be white to know this, that we have a broken criminal justice system in which we have more people in jail today in this great country, more people in jail than in China. In any other country on earth, we have more people in jail. 2.2 million people spending $80 billion a year to lock up Americans. And people know that is not right. That what we have got to do is address this broken criminal justice system. That we're not going to tolerate longer institutional racism or seeing unarmed people being shot by police. So we're going to hold police departments accountable. That we are going to do away with minimal sentencing. That in fact, our vision is to have the best educated workforce on earth, not more people in jail than any other country. And people understand that there's something wrong today when we have 11 million people in our country who are undocumented. People who are being exploited, people who are living in fear, people who are living in the shadows. And they understand that we have got to move not in the direction of racism and bigotry and xenophobia from Donald Trump and others, but in a way to move forward with comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship for all those who are in this country today. So bottom line is that in fact we are in the process of doing something that nobody ever dreamed could happen. We have converted what was thought to be a fringe campaign to a campaign which has the establishment shaking. They are shaking. They are worried that if we win here in Iowa, we're going to do really well in New Hampshire. And if we win in Iowa and New Hampshire, let me tell you, we're doing better and better in South Carolina and Nevada. And if we win those states, we have a real path to victory. And if the polls are any indicator, we are already running way ahead of Donald Trump in national polls. Yeah, we can beat him, and not only can we beat him, we can beat him big. Because the American people are not into that kind of racism and bigotry. They want us to come together to fight for a nation that belongs to all of us and a government that represents all of us. Now, the reason that we can accomplish all of that is not me, it is you. It is the willingness of so many thousands and thousands of people to make phone calls, to get on the phone, to make small campaign contributions. All of that is what the political revolution is about. It is saying that when ordinary people stand together, when we work hard, we can in fact take on the billionaire class. And there is nothing that together we cannot accomplish. So let me just thank all of you for being out this afternoon. Thank you for the work you have done. We are on a path toward victory. We can reshape American history. Let's go forward together. Thank you very much.
Now, Senator Sanders, he's just given us our marching orders. He's put victory within our reach. It's up to us to do the work to make it happen. Go to bernie.to/win and sign up for as many shifts as you can in the next 2 weeks. If you can sign up to volunteer every day, that would be amazing. Please do that. Time is running out. The Iowa caucus is February 1st. The Hampshire vote's February 9th. So this is the time to take action. So now I'm going to let you get back to your event where you will get on your phone or you will get on your computer and sign up for those phone banks. As you do that, I want to say thank you for everything you are doing to build the political revolution and elect Bernie Sanders, President of the United States. It's truly an honor to be working alongside you to build this beautiful movement together. Thank you.
Let us be lovers when we are fortunes together. I've got some real estate here in my bag.
Well, they're just not going to finish that, are they? Hey, everybody, we're back. Hey, Eddie. Hey, Gal.
Woo! Heidi ho, everyone. Alright, let's continue. Well, before we did cut off, I was trying to introduce my partners in crime tonight. Tonight, my co-host tonight is Denise. Hello there, Denise. How's it going?
Great. How are you?
Alright. Pretty good. How are you? So tired. Alright, next we have Ryan as our on-air comment mod. Direct your questions to him and or our other comment mods, and we will get to them very shortly. Yes, don't worry, we will get to them. How's it going, Ryan?
It's going well. How are you, Eddie? Staying out of the snow, huh?
Yeah. So cold. Yeah. For like this whole time, I'm still cold. It's not even working. Has it been snowing in your areas?
No, actually. I mean, we still have some on the ground, but we haven't gotten any of your big storm. Thank goodness.
Lucky.
I know.
Alright, let's continue. I'll continue with you after. About the snow, we can have a whole rant later.
Alright.
Alright, so next we have our tech god, John. John in the control room, working everything, making everything good. Show yourself, John.
All right there, Eddie. We're going to talk about what Bernie just talked about. Let's make sure we cover that because it's really important about phone banking and getting on that. So I'm here, team two. Yes.
All right. So we do have. If you did see that phone banking, yeah, he wants us to phone bank. We're a couple of days before the Iowa caucuses, the New Hampshire primaries. Let me make sure I had that right. So yeah, for how close we are, we can come up short. I haven't seen those in emails. I haven't seen those in Sanders for president. Just because how far we've gotten, we have to keep going. And if we don't keep going, we're not going to see any improvement. We're not going to see any of this happen. So yeah, just because you may not have a phone, there are other alternatives. There are alternatives like Google calling. It's either free or it's very cheap to do it. So yeah, you have no excuse. You have anything to say, Denise?
Yeah, I just wanted to reach out and say go to the bernie.to/win. That'll take you to a map of events. You can find events in your area, and I get so happy when I hear Bernie. But his quote, I had to write it down: "Establishment is shaking." I love. He's starting to feel a little bit more gumption and positivity that we're going to win this. So, establishment is shaking. Love that. And the path to victory counts on all of you watching and us and everyone. So let's all get out there and do all we can.
Love it. All right, so we actually do have something about phone banking. There's a video about it that we did. I don't think we showed it. And if we did, we're here to clarify. You think you'd be able to pull up that phone banking video?
Yep, I got Janine's video right here, Eddie, of the her phone banking video, and we also have the How to Caucus video in Iowa. That's a good one too. But let's run this.
Cool. You should run that after.
I will do that. Here we go. Huge.
Hi, Janine Calkin from Bernie 2016 TV here, and this is a quick intro on how to phone bank for Bernie. So what we're doing is making voter ID calls. These calls target the early voting states. They're quick calls where the campaign provides you an easy script to follow and are used to identify undecided voters and those leaning toward voting for Bernie. Some simple tips while making these calls include: try to smile while talking, always thank the voter, stay positive, try not to interrupt, don't leave a message, and don't expect everyone to want to talk. And as always, make sure you are talking to the person the call is meant for. So you'll need a cell phone or a landline, a laptop or a desktop computer, and internet access. As of now, you can't use a tablet or smartphone for the dialer system. And you'll need to use Chrome, Firefox, or Safari. Sorry, no Internet Explorer. Make sure you turn off the pop-up blocker, or allow pop-ups on the dialer site. Go to berniesanders.com/phonebank. And there, you can create an account, watch the full training video, and log into the site. On the right, you can see the current dialer schedule, which is when you can make the calls. Click on Calling Script to get a copy of the current script for that state. You can always log into the dialer at bernie.to/dial. Enter your login ID and password. For service, select the state caller service, for example, Iowa Caller. After you sign in, a phone number and PIN number will appear. Call into that phone number with your phone and enter the PIN when asked. A pop-up will appear when you are connected. Change the status on the upper left to ready when you are ready to start making calls. If you need to step away, make sure you change this to not ready. Listen for the ding, which means you are now connected to someone. Ask for the person identified on screen and begin speaking the script. Make sure you are speaking to the right person. It's easy if you have a copy of the script printed in front of you. After the call, select the correct response under the Canvas section. Once you've made some calls, you'll notice a Recent section with responses you recently selected. To see all of the responses, just expand the Canvas section again. That's it. Good luck making your calls. As always, you can find everything you need to know at berniesanders.com/phonebank. Thanks.
Back.
Awesome. Alright, so, yeah, we had to do it. Yeah, we decided to show it again. Here's why. It's coming in a few days. Sorry for that stutter. It's coming in a few days. And if you're snowed like me, you may have nothing else to do, or you're probably watching Netflix. So while you're watching Netflix, you should do some phone banking, like I plan on doing with Google, since my phone's gone. But, yeah, just do it. Don't let your dreams be your dreams. And let's keep going. You think you'd be able to show that other video? If you'd be able to? I don't want to rush you, John.
No. Well, I would like you to have a little bit of a discussion. What's going on in the audience? What did people think of the video? That's Janine's video, so let's give her some credit for that. That was pretty awesome of Janine to throw that together. It's a volunteer effort.
Yep. I was telling people in the chat that I was trying to not use my Rhode Island accent. Trying to put on the radio voice. And John does so well.
Thank you so much, Janine, for putting that together. I had a friend, I got in touch with you, that was really frustrated. Things weren't working out right, and that video just helped out tremendously. So thank you for doing that. I hope it helped people in the audience. What's the chat room say, Ryan?
Yeah, the chat room is very excited about phone banking right now. Great. There was a lot of appreciation for Janine's video, putting the time in to do that. Lots of compliments on her radio voice, saying she should get into marketing. So, Janine, if you're up for it.
Come on, Janine.
And yeah, people are just saying, you don't need a phone to do it. You don't even have to be old enough to vote to do it. There's really no reason that everybody can't put a little time and effort in to do some phone banking, and there was some laughs about them saying you can't use Internet Explorer because I don't know anyone who uses Internet Explorer anymore.
Really? I don't even know why it's still even installed on half these computers.
Do you work in the banking industry or you're really old? Yep, you're on Internet Explorer still, folks.
Really? Oh my god. Oh no. Because how much I want to go in that field, I can't. That's not working.
So were there any questions from people in the chat room about phone banking?
There aren't any questions because Janine did such a good job explaining it.
Way to go, Janine.
Well, I just want to jump in here and clarify. There's many links now that go to the same place. So we have bernie.to/win, which takes you to maps.berniesanders.com. We also have berniesanders.com/phone bank, which takes you to the whole phone bank thing that Janine was showing you right there. So got 3 different ways really to get what they're talking about.
Well, just a correction, the bernie.to/win that they showed tonight,
Yes.
will bring you to maps.berniesanders.com, which will allow people to sign up to attend a phone banking.
Caucus.
Sorry, go ahead. No.
So if people want to go and phone bank, it's not to actually do the phone banking. It's just to let them see what events are out there in their neighborhood or in their state or local area so that they can sign up to join one.
There you go.
So Janine, have you done it in groups, alone?
Yeah, I've done a lot of phone banking, and I'm not a phone person. And if I can do it, anybody can do it. It's really simple. It's easy. They give you a script. You just read the script and you check off. And like Becky Boyd was saying, it's really just the first line of calls. You're just calling to say, are you canvassing or are you going to your primary? And then can Bernie count on your support? It's really simple.
Hey guys, I do have an interesting comment from the chat room. I don't know if it's a clever pun or if this is real, so if anyone knows, let me know. But Pauline Beck said that the Bernie field offices have burner phones that you can use if you don't have a cell phone. So if that's real, let me know, because there have been some people asking, I only have a tablet, or, how can I do it without Wi-Fi? So yeah, if they are really giving out cheap little cell phones to use for phone banking, that'd be pretty cool.
I doubt they're giving them out to keep, but I do know that you can get together, and that's where the map of events, the bernie.to/win, that will take you to the map. It will show in your area if there's phone banking groups going on. I know there are here in Seattle. Oftentimes they have as kind of a pizza party or a donut party, and so they supply all of the stuff you're going to need there.
Right, that's what we're saying. If they have phones there, you go to the field office and you do the calls from there.
Yeah.
Yep. But the fact that they're handing out phones is something that, is not, that's great for people who don't have phones. So, awesome, thanks for that, Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we are tracking some tags. So if you are going to post and you want it on here, I think we're posting Bernie 2016, I think, and we are Bernie also. Are there any other tags, John?
We always track Bernie 2016, Feel the Burn, and We Are Bernie, which has become kind of the new awesome tag there, right, everybody?
Woo. Yes, and it was actually trending on Twitter for a while last night, aside from the blizzard that's going on, where I'm still freezing from. It's scary out there.
All right, Eddie, here's the big question.
Ooh, questions.
You know what phone banking is, right?
Yes.
Just figure that out. So, do you know how to caucus?
No.
Yeah? Well, I didn't either until this video. So we're going to watch this video on how to caucus in Iowa. If you're in Iowa, and yes, you have to be in Iowa and be a resident to caucus. But if you're in Iowa, you can do this.
Nice.
It's kind of like Mad Max.
Nice.
Beyond Thunderdome. Just kidding.
Quick question. Does this count for every other state that does caucusing?
That's a good question.
The rules will be different in every state, I believe, but it's going to be similar to the way they get together.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah.
Caucusing is easy. We made this mock caucus video to show you the basics. See you on February 1st, Iowa.
This is my first time voting. I'm not a registered voter. I'm just feeling the burn.
Not a problem. Just fill out this form. We'll get you registered as a Democrat.
Hey, I'm a Republican. I should break up the big banks. Get my caucus for Bernie.
Not a problem. Just fill out this form. We'll get you registered as a Democrat.
I'm an independent. Bernie just inspires me. Enough is enough. I still
Yeah, 100% not a problem. We'll get you registered as a Democrat. Pete, our caucus expert, will take it from here. Pete! How is your cue?
Oh, sorry, it's these numbers. This is a really tight race. So you want to know about caucus? All right, I'll tell you how it goes. For starters, Iowa's broken up into 1,681 individual precincts.
So that's where you cast a ballot?
Not quite. Each precinct has a caucus. It's a community meeting. Your precinct caucus location should be in your neighborhood.
So who gets the caucus?
Voters will show up. If you're going to be 18 by election day and you're an Iowan, you can caucus.
And how does the caucus work?
This is a caucus room. Like we were saying before, it could be a library, a community center, your local school. It's anywhere people can move around.
Move around, aren't I just voting?
Nope, you're caucusing. Each of these colors represents a Democratic candidate. Under caucus goers, X is a committed caucus goer. Candidate green, candidate pink, and blue for Bernie.
What are the red U's?
The red U's haven't picked a candidate yet. They're uncommitted. 6:59, let's get off the board. I gotta make the point. If you're not here by 7 o'clock, you won't get in. I love the smell of a caucus. Bev will take it from here. She's good. 2-term Iowa State Senator.
As caucus chair, I call this caucus to order. Okay, let's get to it. Our precinct is allowed to elect 9 delegates to the next level. We have 50 people registered here tonight. That means, according to the formula, you have to have 8 in your group in order to be viable.
Everyone joins a group with their candidate supporters.
And I'll have the Bernie people go over there, pink people come here, greens come over here, and get it here, and then we'll count you to see if you're viable.
Viable means your preference group is big enough to be awarded delegates. In most cases, that's 15% of the caucus.
Okay, here are the numbers. Bernie Sanders, 22. The Green candidate, 18. Candidate Pink, 6. Uncommitted is 6. Sorry, Pink, and sorry, non-committed. You are not viable. You will have to go with one of the other preference groups. Bernie will fight for a living wage. Yeah!
Green has lots of experience.
Yeah! Bernie will combat climate change.
Yeah! Green is more experienced.
Yeah. Healthcare is a right. Yeah. Okay. The realignment is over. I'll recount the groups. Okay. The final count for the caucus is Greens 21. Bernie 29.
So Bernie gets all of the delegates?
No, it's not winner take all. Bernie did get most of the delegates, and Green did get a nice chunk, with Pink being shut out. Remember, you are allowed to vote for your second and third choices.
Makes sense. Thanks, Pete.
You get locked out if you're late.
You can find your caucus location at berniesanders.com/Iowa.
Bernie needs as much support as possible to win.
It makes it easier to identify you as part of the group and may help to build enthusiasm for your candidate.
The establishment doesn't think we'll show up on February 1st.
In fact, they're counting on it. Prove them wrong and caucus for Bernie.
It's going to be awesome.
Interesting. That was very interesting. Wow. That has actually answered basically all my questions. Do you guys have any other questions from, I don't know, from our co-host or our comment bot?
Well, in the chat, people were loving the caucus lady in the video and emphasizing that you can't be late to caucus. We have a question that says, what can we do? It's from Bad Wolf Time Lady, and she's asking, what can we do to help the campaign if we can't phone bank and are not in or near a early primary or caucus state?
Well, my thoughts can probably be flyering. There's actually a lot of other things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Flyering, you can go door to door, do stuff, or just tell your friends, tell people that you know are going to be around there, and even if they're not, you tell other people, because it'll tell more people, and tell even more people, and it'll eventually get to people who will caucus, or will vote in the primaries. So yeah, just you can change a lot. And that's what I've been saying to other young people that I know that are near me. Just because you're young, if we do have other young people in the chat who are watching, just because you're young doesn't mean you can't change this election. You can do a lot of things. Don't think just because you're young or can't vote or can't caucus doesn't mean you're irrelevant to this campaign. Because the youth do make a chunk of this thing. And without you guys, we won't be here. Do you have any questions, Denise?
Oh, I would just suggest you can always put signs in your yard. I have all over my car magnets and stickers, and people actually will stop and wear a t-shirt if you go out shopping. Wear a t-shirt, a Bernie shirt. That's always helpful. And yeah, just talk to everyone you can talk to. And flyering, you can often put it on free bulletin boards. You can put little flyers up. There's lots you can do.
Thanks. Yeah, guys, just do it. All right, let's see. What else is in the rundown? My computer really hates me. All right, so I guess let's continue. There is recently there. I don't know if you guys heard about. There's going to be a town hall on the 25th, hosted by CNN. I think this came to me by Denise and John. Thank you for saving my life again. Well, before we continue into that, you think we'd be able to go to A6 and play that animation? Well, this is a animation by the Ring of Fire Network, which is called Bernie Sanders' Inspiring Campaign Message in One Clever Animation.
It's actually done by Rod Perry, just to give him credit.
Thank you. Alright. Should be coming up in a second.
It's going to take me a second to load that up, guys. Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that. Give me a second, guys. Just so you know, we have 1.5 hours until the official event is going to start. So we have 1.5 hours to vamp here with videos and discussion. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about in the audience, we're going to sit here and do this. And we'll probably be running some longer videos just because, well, we need to fill 1.5 hours of time before this other event starts. So back to you, Eddie, to talk more while I get this video ready.
Oh, no, me. Okay. Well, since I'm here.
Eddie, if you want, this is a great video for anyone who has friends, family that has not had an introduction to Bernie. I think this is a great video you can show them. It's short, it's cute, it gets the point across really, really easily, and they should enjoy it. So I highly recommend it.
Yes. 11 out of 10.
I saw this video the other day. I thought it was really cute and, funny. And I think a lot of people, if you haven't seen this yet, you'll be wanting to connect your hand to certain individuals' faces after watching this.
All right. Thank you for the time, guys. I got it loaded. Here we go, everybody.
Awesome.
Right? Of course, we're not hearing it. Damn it. Hang on. I screwed it up.
That's fine.
Still not working.
tell me that we can't provide a good healthcare system guaranteeing healthcare to all of our people. Don't tell me that we can't have an excellent child care system and a great educational system in this country. Don't tell me that this great country and our young people cannot lead the world in transforming our energy system so the planet we leave to our kids and our grandchildren is one that is habitable. Don't tell me we can't do that. We can do that. It embarrasses me to tell you about what these other countries are doing for their people. They're not doing it. But in order to do that, we do need a political revolution. Let me just simply tell you what that means. It means that you can't have elections as we did last November where 63% of the people don't vote, where 80% of young people don't vote. And anyone who tells you that politics is not important, you ask them why the Koch brothers are going to spend $1 billion on this election. Involvement in the political process is what patriotism is about. If we do that, man, we can create a country the likes of which no one has ever seen.
Nice. Inspiring once again. Wow, and you're actually true, Janine. Third time was the charm. Yeah, after seeing that the first time, really makes me want to put my face in my hands in people's face. I really should count how many times I messed up. So what were your thoughts? Huh? Oh. Janine? Oh, I thought she was talking. No? Alright. Awesome. Okay.
So anyone in the chat room, what do they think of that, Ryan?
They are laughing. And like them slapping the cokes.
Smack, smack. And again, if they want to, get a couple, if we can throw that in the chat, it's Rod Perry who did that. I think it's fabulous. That's great. Everyone's so creative around Bernie. All kinds of great stuff.
Makes me happy that there's people doing this, because I can't do animation for my life. So it's beautiful. So it's amazing to have someone doing this for the people, and people who can't draw like me. Alright, so
another one ready to go, Eddie, if you want.
Yes.
Why are Africans American on fire for Bernie Sanders? If you want to watch that, this one's had 123,000 views.
This is a great video.
It is great.
Yes. Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
Part of our problem is most people don't know about. Never met him. They don't understand what he was doing in the 60s before. They don't understand the part.
Because I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
You understand why Jesse won Vermont 1984? They were very courageous for vanilla pup. He had fundamental solidarity with Jesse Black.
Until then, I'm tearing down the walls of fight harder than institutional racism and break the law, that officer must be held accountable. Not to more people in jail, but to have jobs and education rather than incarceration.
This is what I think. We've had politicians, and I'm old enough to know this, who played black off against white. So they told white workers who are earning pennies an hour, they said, hey, you think you're in trouble, but you're better off than the blacks. Our job is to build a nation in which we all stand together as one people.
my heart of hearts, I truly believe that Senator Bernie Sanders is the right man to lead this country. And I believe it because he, unlike any other candidate, said, I would like to restore the Voting Rights Act. He, unlike any other candidate, said, I wish to end this illegal war on drugs that disproportionately targets minorities and poor. Unlike any other candidate in my life, he said that education should be free for every citizen of this country.
In the race right now, Brother Bernie Sanders talking about Wall Street domination, trying to get investment in working people and poor people. Okay, I'll answer. The best candidate. There's no doubt about that.
Senator Bernie Sanders is answering the call to stand up for working class folks and middle class folks in this country to say enough is enough is enough is enough. The countless folks who are in the working poor who work 2 and 3 jobs at a time and they still can't make ends meet. Enough is enough is enough. Too many Americans in this country are being deprived of health care. The senator says enough is enough is enough. And for the women in this country who are being deprived of their right to control their own bodies, Senator Sanders said enough is enough is enough.
Being yourself and being honest, you have also now made national news by declaring your support for Bernie Sanders and pulling away from Hillary Clinton. Why'd you switch?
You showed us how to dream, and now we can lift our voices and forever sing. Now the time to look ahead, to make our future last. Celebrate this victory. Let's get back to our
Yes. That was really nice. That shows. Really, African Americans go for him. Hispanics go for him. I'm Hispanic. I go for him. A good amount of my family goes for him. There's many people that my school is primarily Hispanic and black. There are some white people. Yeah, there are some whites, but it's primarily minorities that go to my school. But a lot of them are for Bernie. And me and Denise had talked about it earlier about youth and race and with Bernie. So let's continue. So, what are your thoughts? How's the chat so far? What do they think about it?
The chat was all about that video. They were happy to see some of the cameos in it from different figures, and yeah, we did have a couple comments. Let me see, where did I have those? Yeah, talking about states that aren't primarily white, like Iowa and New Hampshire, saying that Bernie is doing better than people expected him to do, and yeah, Bernie announced a 17-point swing in South Carolina today, so that just goes to show you right there.
Wow, can somebody find what the numbers were before? Can we find out what those numbers are? That's huge, because they've been complaining about him. They've been saying he's not going to do anything in South Carolina. So yeah, I want to find those.
Yeah, I see that. I didn't know. When was that announced? If you know.
I'm looking it up right now. I think he just announced it today.
Oh really? Very nice. All right. Well, while we wait for the polls and others, while we wait for the other polls to come through, we can go to Denise. What are your thoughts? I forgot if I asked you.
About the video? Or about
the video and whatever you can.
I think Bernie is beloved by all people. I'm disabled, and so those of us in the disability community are all rooting for him. People of color, there are people of color in the disability community, so we're all rooting for him. I just think a lot of it is they don't know who he is. So once they're introduced to him, and we've gotten some big names with Killer Mike and Nina Turner and people that are big in their communities, they're getting the word out. And the more the word gets out, the more people go, oh, who's this guy? And before you know it, they're feeling the burn. So, yeah, that in that video, I've watched it a few times. I love it. Did you find those numbers, Ryan?
Not yet.
Not yet?
All right.
Yeah. I suspect South Carolina is going to come in. I suspect it'll look really nice for him. I'm biased, I admit it.
I may be a little biased when it comes to it. I did not. Alright. I guess. Hold on 1 second, guys. My computer's freezing a little bit.
That's all right, Eddie. We had a request. Janine pulled up this request here, and I was going to load it. Let me put that on screen. So we have a request here for Bernie reaming Alan Greenspan. It's a beautiful video, and this was. Let's see, I'm reading it here. This is Representative Bernie Sanders during a House Committee on Financial Services hearing blasts Federal Chair Alan Greenspan. And just a quick note on that, everybody. Understand that Andrea Mitchell, who was one of the hosts of the last debate, she's married to Alan Greenspan. No conflict of interest there. None at all. None whatsoever. Perfectly fine. This is how embedded things are, folks. This is how disgusting.
John, you're not supposed to talk about that stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there black helicopters? Come on over, NSA. Seriously, come on in.
I want to remind people when they watch this video, check out the guy behind Bernie. Just watch his face.
Yeah. Right. This is he questions Greenspan on the effects of his economic policies on working with middle class Americans and the problem of increasing unemployment and inequality. This is from the Fed Reserve's Monetary Policy Report on July 15, 2003 that we're dealing with here. So pull down these and we will move to that as soon as it's actually centered.
Sounds good.
High tech here. High tech. Helen. All right, here we go, everybody.
Chair and Mr. Greenspan, nice to see you again. Mr. Greenspan, I have long been concerned that you are way out of touch with the needs of the middle class and working families of our country, that you see your major function in your position as the need to represent the wealthy and large corporations. And I must tell you that your testimony today only confirms all of my suspicions, and I urge you, and I mean this seriously, because you're an honest person. I think you just don't know what's going on in the real world. And I would urge you, come with me to Vermont, meet real people. The country clubs and the cocktail parties are not real America. The millionaires and billionaires are the exception to the rule. You talk about an improving economy while we have lost 3 million private sector jobs in the last 2 years. Long-term unemployment has more than tripled. Unemployment is higher than it has been since 1994. We have a $4 trillion national debt. 1.4 million Americans have lost their health insurance. Millions of seniors can't afford prescription drugs. Middle-class families can't send their kids to college because they don't have the money to do that. Bankruptcy cases have increased by a record-breaking 23%. Business investment is at its lowest level in more than 50 years. CEOs make more than 500 times of what their workers make. The middle class is shrinking. We have the greatest gap between the rich and the poor of any industrialized nation, and this is an economy that is improving. I hate to see what would happen if our economy was sinking. Now, today, you may not have known this. I suspect that you don't, but you have insulted tens of millions of American workers. You have defended over the years, among other things, the abolition of the minimum wage, one of your policies, and giving huge tax breaks to billionaires. But today you reached a new low, I think, by suggesting that manufacturing in America doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the product is produced. We lost 2 million manufacturing jobs in the last 2 years alone, 10% of our workforce. Walmart has replaced General Motors as the major employer in America, paying people starvation wages rather than living wages, and all of that does not matter to you. Doesn't matter. If it's produced in China, where workers are making 30 cents an hour, or produced in Vermont, where workers can make 20 bucks an hour, it doesn't matter. You have told the American people that you support a trade policy which is selling them out, only working for the CEOs who can take our plants to China, Mexico, and India. You insulted Mr. Castle. Mr. Castle, a few moments ago, a good Republican, told you that we're seeing not only the decline of manufacturing jobs, but white-collar information technology jobs. Forrester Research says that over the next 15 years, 3.3 million U.S. service industry jobs and 136 billion in wages will move offshore to India, Russia, China, and the Philippines. Does any of this matter to you? Do you give one whit of concern to the middle class and working families of this country? That's my question.
Congressman, we have the highest standard of living in the world.
No, we do not. You go to Scandinavia and you will find that people have a much higher standard of living in terms of education, healthcare, and decent paying jobs. Wrong, Mr. Greenspan.
May I answer your question?
You sure may.
Thank you. For a major industrial country, we have created the most advanced technologies, the highest standard of living for a country of our size. Our economic growth is crucial to us. The incomes, the purchasing power of our employees, our workers, our people are by far more important than what it is we produce. I submit to you that, may I?
I'm just making a face. I'm not making
the major focus of monetary policy is to create an environment in this country which enables capital investment and innovation to advance. We are at the cutting edge of technologies in the world. We are doing an extraordinary job over the years, and people flock to the United States. Our immigration rates are very high. And why? Because they think this is a wonderful country to come to.
That is an incredible answer.
Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Chair.
That was an incredible answer. Yes. Incredible pile of crap there.
Nice.
Bernie at his finest. I mean, you can't. Yeah, I mean, get out of your country club and come to the streets and meet real people. That's just, yeah. I couldn't have said it better. Yeah. And that's what he's been doing all of these years. And poor guy's been alone a lot doing this. He's been fighting for us for a long time.
Yeah, he has a very long career record. Very consistent in how he says it. He really is. He has not changed, not by corporate interest, not by anyone. So you can't say that he's for corporations. You can't say anything like that because you're flat out wrong. And that's what people say. It's like just because it's like, wait, so you support Bernie, but it's like, but wait, he has ties to other people. And like when people go to the gun lobby talks, I don't know if you've heard in the debate about the when it went to gun control, he has not voted with the gun lobby. He had. There's good things and bad things still. That's what he did. That's what he was trying to do.
It's complicated.
Yeah, there's many things that get snuck in. If you saw a tax bill, if you saw the new spending bill that went through, that was passed by the Senate and the House, which actually did take out country of origin labeling. So no, you will not know where your food came from. So yeah, that's the stuff that gets snuck in that people won't notice because either they're too long, or the speakers or whoever coordinates in saying what it is neglects to say it.
And the thing I love about Bernie is he has never forgotten where he comes from. I've watched politics for many years, and people will get up and say, I come from a poor family, and I was raised on a farm, and my grandfather, walked uphill both ways to school, and, all of these, I'm real American. But it seems like once they get into office, they kind of forget where they came from. Forget about the little people. And Bernie he doesn't forget about us.
Yeah, he will remember. And I actually have to answer this. Recently there was, how you said about immigration rates are high. And this was that immigration is actually going down from the U.S. There's actually more immigrants leaving the U.S. than coming in from the southern borders. So if you're just like from Dominican Republic, Cuba, Mexico, areas that are southern from us, there's less people coming in. There's less people coming in, and more flocking out due to what's going on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's actually less opportunity. This is my thoughts. There's less opportunity than what there was before, when you guys were younger, or when I was way younger.
So speaking of numbers, Ryan, you have some numbers to share with us?
I do. I found out what the deal is with South Carolina, so let me fill you in. He did gain 17 points in the last month. The last poll was on December 17th, and Clinton had a 36-point lead in South Carolina. It's now down to 19 in just a month, so almost half of that deficit in 1 month. And if he gets that down to 10 by Iowa, and he wins Iowa and New Hampshire, they better watch out, because he is on a roll, and he can take South Carolina and Nevada, and man, if that happens, it's game over. So this is big news. I mean, we've seen huge swings in Iowa. We've seen him put on this 27-point lead in New Hampshire, and it's just what he's been saying the whole time. The more people learn about Bernie, the more people hear Bernie, they get on board. And so it's great to see this momentum. It's great to see him making these moves like this, but we have to be vigilant, and we have to keep working and not let up, because as quickly as Bernie has risen, you never know. So keep the pedal to the floor, guys, and get it going.
That's awesome news. Speaking of Nevada, I was just going through news this morning, and Lucy Flores, she was previously the rep from Nevada 28th District. She's now running for the 4th Congressional District. She was the first Latina elected into the Nevada legislature. She is now for Bernie. So we're getting more and more people. I've just noticed that Nevada seems to be coming along just nice. So, and they're number 3. Am I correct? Yeah. Great news.
Awesome.
Hey guys, I'm gonna look at it real quick. I have the poll here from HuffPost Pollster with the full South Carolina Democratic presidential primary chart here. That's Hillary in the blue line at the top, and Bernie in the teal or whatever turquoise line, and then O'Malley has like the flat line at the bottom. And you can see where Bernie has just a steady rise, and Hillary had that big dip. I don't know what that big dip was from, but we're on our way up, folks. And that's the overall average. And if we look down here, here's all the poll results. There you go.
Nice.
No matter what corporate media says, the people are going to elect who they want this year.
Well, and that's how his graphs look in every state, John. He's just steadily rising and chipping away and capitalizing on every opportunity he has. So it's great to see those numbers.
Can't wait. And this is a response to the polls recently. As you know, I am a Redditor. I have a crippling addiction to Reddit, as I am to coffee, as it is to coffee. So far, if you've been reading Sanders for President, if you've been reading that board, there has been polls showing that he is already ahead of Clinton in Iowa. But there still are polls that means that he's 2 points behind. So just because there's many overwhelming polls that he's 2 points behind. So don't jump to conclusions and think that's an easy win. We still have to keep going, and we have to make sure that it's not this victory is these polls are real, and we have to keep going.
It's a very good point. This is the beginning. I stress that to everyone I talk to. I mean, this is a political revolution, and in fact, it's not going to even end when he becomes president. We have to keep good. This is a lot of work, guys, in front of us for 4 years. We have to, stand up and shout what we need, and that is the political revolution. So, yeah, good point, Eddie.
Thank you. All right. I guess let's continue. I saw what you had up there, John. You think you'll be able to put that back up?
Yeah, here you go. I didn't see this before. This is awesome. Let me zoom out on this.
Love this picture. Yeah.
This is what Ithaca for Bernie, or Ithaca, New York for Bernie. Seth Meyers at Bernie Sanders is now in the Betty White zone of coolness. Betty White is a badass, so that
yes, she is.
Yeah, so that is awesome.
Yes, Betty White. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go.
No. Say.
So the Betty White thing reminds me of the fallacy of MSM just in general. Like, if you see them say, "Where's Bernie's minority vote?" and we go right here in the thousands of people that showed up in Birmingham, right here in this video, right here in this testimony by Cornel West, right here in this testimony by Killer Mike, right here in this testimony by Nina Turner, and they say, "Oh, he still doesn't have any votes. He gained 17 points in South Carolina," and they say, "Where's Bernie in South Carolina? He's going to lose his ass in South Carolina." They will say everything and anything to deter us from understanding and knowing the truth. The truth is we are there for Bernie. We are there. He's reached the Betty White zone of coolness. I guarantee you that this statement right here, they're gonna use this somehow. Mainstream media will do something with this. They'll take this out of context. They'll do something with it. It's insidious how they work. We, the people, know the truth. And I love this. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with mainstream media, whether they're going to start joining the party because they want ratings. I think CNN is on the way to kissing some butt there. Or if they're going to fight us. I don't know. You guys have any thoughts on that? Have you seen mainstream media start to kiss ass because they realize Bernie is cool?
Yep.
I mean, I have seen them just start talking about him more, and they act so surprised, like, "Oh, we never saw him coming, like, Bernie came out of nowhere," and it's sort of just like, well, you didn't really help in that whole situation, so I don't think you have the right now to come on and talk about how no one saw this coming, because we, the people, all saw this coming, and you guys were the ones in the dark. So, yeah, it's weird to see them all of a sudden jump on board.
Yeah, I agree, actually, because, well, yes, I understand I'm giving like a lot of connection to my other things. Sorry, I was reading something. But yeah, when you think about it, it's true. I have not seen Bernie on TV, well, in my state, on the state channel. I have not seen any any showing of Bernie until the end of the debates. When, that's when people did show a clear victory, that Bernie did want, that he overwhelmed Hillary with his answers. He made sure that he was doing this. So, yeah, that's when they began to finally pay attention to him. I think News 12 only showed him about 3 times, finally, out of like the once a month than they normally do, which is normally for like either stuff going on or stuff that will get him ratings, or start inciting controversy. Have you seen any improvements in your channels, guys?
I honestly don't watch a lot of mainstream. I don't have cable, so I get everything pretty much through the internet. I do catch the local news occasionally, and it seems like when they do talk about Bernie, especially we had for instance, we had a huge rally here in Seattle, and they kind of talk about it like, who are these freaks, showing up? Like, look at this circus that's going on. How weird is this? It's like they don't connect that these are regular people coming out on weeknights with, getting babysitters, doing all, fighting traffic and busting their behinds to get there for Bernie, and they don't seem to, put the two together. They just think it's some freaky thing. On that note, we do have today. There was a lot of people coming out for Bernie. We captured. Do we have those slides?
What?
The slide. There was just I just grabbed some slides off of Twitter that people were posting of people gathering today. It was a day to gather for Bernie. They were marching in all the different cities. I just kind of trying to look at the different.
No, Seth. Unfortunately,
did you not put those in there?
No, I did put them in, but for some reason it's not working. It's not uploading.
Well, wait, yeah, I'm sure you guys have seen it on Twitter. It's amazing. Even in the snow, there was a lot of people out for Bernie today. So
yeah,
I'm wondering how the local media will take that.
Because since we're considered radical, they should show us. Since they show everything else that's radical, that they consider radical in the news. So why don't they show us?
Yeah.
All right.
Ryan, is there anything going on in chat?
Yeah, actually, there's something that I have been looking into a little bit. It's sort of off topic from what we've been talking about, but it goes into. It's still tied in with Bernie's policies and everything. Tim Buck asked, why is it that all the world's governments are in debt at the same time? And, from what I've been reading, and I did just go watch The Big Short the other day, which was awesome. But from that and my knowledge on the topic, it's the investment worldwide in the U.S. housing market, which, due to neglect and kind of just the thinking they could get away with their crimes, the U.S. caused more or less. So there's countries there are countries all around the world right now that are bankrupt or struggling, and it all goes back to kind of that 2007, 2008 bubble burst. So the greed of a few can ruin the lives of many, many people outside of the U.S. too. So just shows you how important it is to have those regulations and have someone willing to work and corral those people whose greed just blows my mind.
Mine too. Yeah, the problems still aren't fixed, unfortunately. They're still there.
The many problems, if they're not fixed, they're getting worse. And we just either choose to not acknowledge it or it just doesn't happen. And
when the wealth of the world is owned by such a small amount of people, those bad investments by a few people and those mistakes and that greed affects it's on a global scale, and it's literally, I think it's like 60-some people own half of the entire world's wealth.
Yeah. It's not good.
No, it is not good. That boggles my mind.
Mine too. and like you said, it is worldwide. We live in, they say that, our world is getting smaller because of the internet and all of our connections and through economic, political, we're getting smaller, and it's a good thing, is that we can reach out to people and feel like, you're my brother and sister over there in a different country. But it also can be a bad thing where, an economic collapse in one country can affect all the other countries, and it can be bad too. And that's sort of what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it is that sense of community. With if one person goes down, the rest go down with them, and we have to start having a more community-oriented relationship with everyone in America, outside of America, and again, that's like what I love most about Bernie is that all of his policies sort of intertwine with one another, and his foreign policy, I don't see how people can criticize it, because that's his whole message is, we are a global community, and America can't be this bully coming in and doing as it may. We have to have a smart and worldwide approach to how to handle our problems and how to live, how to cohabitate,
Yeah. Absolutely. We have another video for everyone. The Bernie Sanders Killer Mike behind the scenes video, which is if we want to, do you want to show that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. That sounds great, guys. I got it loaded right here, and we will show that. I also want to remind everybody before we run this clip, just put it up right here. This is really awesome, by the way. You're not going to get this out of Hillary. You're not going to get this kind of honesty. You're not going to get this kind of raw, right? I want to remind everybody to please share the link free.bernie2016.tv. That's free.bernie2016.tv. It goes to the MoveOn.org petition, which this one seems to be gaining ground, and I'd like to try to push it as far as we can to get the attention of YouTube and Google and the ACLU. I'm hoping that the ACLU will jump on with this, because we've been attacked again by YouTube without reason. So, say that. And now let's watch this. Killer Mike, I did not know much about Killer Mike until we started playing his stuff. I just want to say I'm a new fan, and he's a badass. He's very good. Look at this.
Run them tools fast, run them tools fast, run them. How are you?
I got to tell you, well, it's an honor. I almost did the thing to put on the suit, and I was like, bullshit, that's an honor. Welcome to my shop. I'm not a reporter, so I don't tend to be on. We just want to have a conversation, Senator Sanders, that I think that other people need to hear. Other people from my community, the African American community, from the greater community, my local politics of Atlanta, and as an American. And I really just would like to have a candid conversation. Don't make me look fat. Don't make the senator look old. That's the camera. I trust old people. I'll be very frank. Not all old people.
Well, I'll talk to some old people. I myself, as a young person, I respect old people myself.
If someone wants to shut that dog up, we can grab some dog food and throw something over the fence for me. If that's getting in you guys' way. All right. Sorry. Okay. We in the hood. Pit bulls are running like a DMX video.
In my state, what a gun means is you go out hunting. A lot of people hunt.
Here too. Absolutely. I got some deer meat in the freezer.
All right, let's sit down and eat it.
We should. Kept you from 1961 forward? What has kept you from that college kid who organized with SNCC? I still find that amazing. What has kept you?
Why do you find that so amazing?
Because that's not the narrative we've been taught. I don't find it personally amazing. I find it amazing I didn't know you. I find it amazing 20 years ago you weren't already on my radar.
But that's because look, I'm known in my own state, 98% of the people. Nobody in Georgia knows me. The television is not particularly interesting.
But I should. I'm from the activist community. I should know you. You should be. You know, in every black barbershop, there's 2 black guys and an honorary white guy. So in my shop, like you're really about to get the heralded position of the white guy. It's gonna be like Martin, Malcolm, Bernie. You can do this and do my band's logo. Yeah. Can I get one with my phone?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
You're doing my band. Oh, yeah. One, They make the best fried chicken. So you can take some with you, but I suggest getting you represent the opportunity for me to allow black people to get back into the game of owning businesses, back into the game of having trade and skill again. And it's something even our politicians don't talk about in the same way. But the stuff that you talk about is transformative in that way.
This guy says the fried chicken is good. It's not true.
That is so
I told him the fact that one to
I will say, if you just after actually I've seen this like a month or 2 ago. After that, it was like a whole night of listening to Killer Mike. So
yeah, I've definitely been listening to a lot of Run the Jewels and Killer Mike.
Very good.
I love those 2 together, though. That they're like the funniest odd couple.
New reality show.
I would watch every second of that.
I would too. If anyone who's watching hasn't seen all of the episodes, I highly recommend watching all of them. They're great.
Yeah, definitely.
You should take as much time out of your day just to dedicate just to watch it. Very worth it.
It's not that long. Was it about a half an hour? I think all of them together.
Yeah, some of them are like 10 minutes each, and then others are a little shorter. So it's probably like 35, 40 minutes, but they're in 6 parts. So
yeah.
watch one here, watch one there.
And the conversation those 2 have is so important. It just, it gets down to we were talking about, South Carolina and people of color. They cover the economics. They cover Martin Luther King. They cover pretty much all of it, and they don't always agree. So it's two people sitting in the barbershop. It's great.
Yeah.
So Ryan, I saw you make a comment in chat that people wanted to hear Reagan.
Yeah, that's partially a request from me too. I love this song.
Well, that's fine. We got some time to kill, and I've got it right here. But I thought what I'd do, since I'm the oldest person here, I know I am, is I'd remind everybody that Ronald Reagan, Ronnie Reagan, used to call him back then.
Yeah.
He gutted mental health. He instituted Just Say No, which was ridiculous. I was a young stoner, so it just made me hungry.
Wasn't that Nancy Reagan's thing?
Yeah.
That was Nancy's initiative. She did Just Say No, and but he did commercials with her too. But the biggest thing that people don't remember about Ronald Reagan, and that's what I love this video. This video talks about the fact the man lied. The man lied in office, and even if he had also. I mean, as a human being, I feel very sad for Ronald Reagan because he had Alzheimer's and dementia, and he died that way. And I'm not saying that the man didn't have, at the time, he was certainly wasn't an evil man like we see in Trump. He wasn't of the caliber of the oligarchy people today, but he was definitely not a great guy like people want to tend to remember him as. He gutted social services. He really thought hippies were shit, and he made that clear when he was governor of California. Okay? And that was why he was all hoity-toity. He was, we're going to clean this place up and get rid of the hippies and social reform, and we need a strong military to fight the Russians. And that's why he went down in history as Mr. Great Guy, is because he spent billions and billions of dollars on the military and outspent the Russians. And a lot of people claim that's the reason why the Russians fell. It was going to happen anyway because communism was not a good system of government, just like pure capitalism as a ideology, as a government doesn't work, which is what we have here. Reagan was selling our weapons to both sides of the war, lying about it. The CIA was doing deals, drug deals down in South America. We had all sorts of bullshit going on down there with Ronnie in Nicaragua and Sandinistas and all of that stuff. And the corporate media worked with our government to make certain we didn't understand what was going on, to mislead the public. And they made sure that Ronnie got out of office without going to jail. They made sure Ronnie got out of office without being impeached. They hung a guy named Oliver North. Mm-hmm. They basically said, we're going to throw North under the bus. He was the dumbass. And North probably got paid well to take that fall. Actually, what happened was, North is now an advisor. He's an advisor for some people. This is what we do with our military guys, with anybody that's in that DC Beltway, right? You take care of us and take the fall, and we'll put you in a position of power somewhere else. Doesn't matter if you're a piece of shit. Doesn't matter if you have no morals or ethics. Look at who's running the EPA right now. The dude who used to run Monsanto. Mm-hmm. No conflict of interest there in our government, folks. This guy has done more to poison our environment than anybody else probably alive, and now he's the head of the EPA? I know that was a little bit of a jump. What I'm telling you here is Ronnie Reagan was bad. And the government back then was bad. And his government, they were the ones to repeal the fair use doctrine that allowed your media networks to lie. This was where they no longer had to be fair or balanced. They no longer had to cover the news with any integrity. They could just make shit up. So,
he also did trickle down economics.
Yes.
Not forget that. Ruined the economy for 40 years.
Yeah. He invented that bullshit, which the Republican Party carried strong for a long time, claiming that the rich would eventually piss their money on down to the poor. And what it did was make a very few people really rich and most of us poor. Thank you, Ronnie.
Not to mention the cuts in healthcare. I was a sick child with cancer at the time, and the cuts in healthcare, and also AIDS. There was no money. It was all cut. He wouldn't even say the word AIDS, and it was not a good time, people.
No, not everybody. What, Ryan?
Not to mention the beginning of the end of fair and honest news in the media. That was thanks to Reagan too.
Right. That's what we're just talking about there with the fairness doctrine, and what they did was basically create. This is where the term entertainment news came along.
Yeah.
Because you didn't need that word entertainment news until networks could get sued, and this is what happened. Lawsuits would come in and say, you lied. You lied on television. You did not tell the truth. They'd say, well, it's entertainment news, folks. So in court, we no longer have to tell the truth. So we now tell entertainment news, which means it's whatever the hell comes out of our ass. And you can't sue us for it. You can't hold us liable. There's many court cases like this. You can't hold us liable for it because we call it entertainment news and we have no obligation to tell you the truth. That is how your corporately owned media networks have functioned since 1986, thanks to the Reagan communists. So let's listen to Killer Mike. Tell us a little bit more about Ronnie Reagan and the shit he did to our country.
Our government has a firm policy not to capitulate to terrorist demands that no concessions policy remains in force. In spite of the wildly speculative and false stories about arms for hostages and alleged ransom payments, we did not, repeat, did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. More really, the planet of the wilderness, freedom of some bullshit. Will we ever do again? Cause just keep settling for the shit. We brag on having bread, but none of us are bakers. We all talk having greens, but none of us are makers. And none of us are acres, and none of us grow wheat. Then who will feed our people when our people need to eat? So it's our people solve from lack of understanding. Cause all we seem to give them is some ball and some that. As we talking about our car and imaginary mansions, we should be indicted for bullshit we inciting. Having children deaf and pretending it's exciting. We are advertisements for agony and pain. Exploit the youth, we tell them to join the gang. We tell them dope stories, introduce them to the gang. Just like Oliver North introduced us to cocaine in the 80s when them bricks came on military plane. A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true, but the facts and the evidence tell me it is not.
The end of the Reagan era. I'm like level 12, old enough to understand the shit that changed forever. They declared the war on drugs, like a war on terror. But what it really did was let the police terrorize whoever. But mostly black boys, but they would call us niggas and lay us on our belly while they fingers on their triggers. They muscles on our head, they dollars on our crotches, and they would beat us up if we had diamonds on our watches. And they would take our drugs and money that they pick our pockets. I guess that's the privilege of policing for some profit. But thanks to Reaganomics, prison turned to profits. Cause free labor's the cornerstone of U.S. economics. Cause slavery was abolished unless you are in prison. You think I ambush it and then read the 13th Amendment. Involuntary servitude and slavery it prohibits. That's why they giving drug offenders time and double dicks. Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor. Just an employee of the country's real masters. Just like the Bushes, Clinton and Obama. Just another talking head telling lies on teleprompter. If you don't believe the theory, then argue with this logic. Why did Reagan and Obama both go after Gaddafi? They made the sovereign soil, going after oil. Taking countries is a hobby paid for by the oil lobby. Sailors in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Ahmadinejad say they coming for Iran. They only love the rich and how they load the poor. If I say any more, they might be at my door. Who the fuck is that? Staring in my window, doing that surveillance on Mr. Michael Render. I'm dropping off the grid before they pump the lead. I leave you with a word. I'm glad Reagan dead.
I told you it was good. Yeah, guys, that was Killer Mike. Yeah, I came back a little late. I had to go AFK. Yeah, I had to go AFK for a minute. Can I ask what the title of that song again?
The name?
Yeah.
Reagan.
It's Reagan. It's Reagan, the official video. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, alright. So what's next on our line, guys?
Oh.
Sorry about that. It auto starts every time I go back to it. I was just trying to get it. It's Killer Mike Reagan official music video. It's on Pitchfork, which I'm guessing is his label on YouTube. Pitchfork is the channel.
Nice. Very nice. So,
how's the chat doing, Ryan?
The chat is good. The chat is full of people talking about their memories of Reagan. You know, there's a bunch of different age groups being covered in the chat right now, so Some people are saying how, Reagan changed the course of this country to a bad direction, before they were even out of middle school, and how disgruntled they are about that. And then there's other people who lived as adults through the entire Reagan administration, shedding their insight on the issue as well. One thing we kind of mentioned earlier that I just dug up on during that song was the Des Moines Register endorsement of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
I found out that they also endorsed her in 2008, and we all know how that worked out for Hillary, so don't be too worried about that. They endorsed Marco Rubio on the GOP side as well. And they said that the value of newspaper endorsements is a little mixed this election, with media coverage kind of being at the forefront, especially on the Democratic side. So all in all, I don't think it's as big of an issue as Clinton backers might make it, because, like I said, she got the endorsement in 2008, lost the primary to Obama, and so let's hope for an exact repeat this year.
Ryan, do you know who owns the Des Moines Register?
That I don't know yet.
Because I know with media, especially now, it's just gotten worse and worse every year. The conglomeration of, 5 people own all of the media. So an endorsement is kind of,
Right.
A quick throw in on that. A sad day for us all. Do you know that Rupert Murdoch now owns Nat Geo?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I do.
Just very sad.
Yeah. He also just bought the newspaper in Nevada.
Did he?
I think so.
I have a great meme that I'm going to pull up here in a minute if you guys vamp for a bit. It's a perfect statement of the coverage of Bernie. I just have to grab it. I'll pull it up real quick. And I'm trying to get Oh, go ahead, Judy. Sorry.
I was just going to say to Denise, she's right. It made a big stink out there that he just bought the main paper out there. And I know some people were talking about it because they were wondering what he was going to do to it. Yeah. There's something about he was, or they were going to not let the editors talk about something. I'll have to look it up.
Something like that. I know a few people left. So.
Really?
Yeah, they
was a big thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the Des Moines Register is started and owned by the Cowles family, and the founder in 1903, Gardner Cowles Sr., was a banker. So there you go.
So it's still family run, which is kind of rare. Is it? They weren't bought out?
No, I don't think so.
That's interesting. Anyone in the chat room from that area knows anything about that?
Actually, Celeste corrected us. It wasn't Rupert Murdoch. It was Sheldon Adelson.
Right.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Celeste. You're right. Absolutely right.
Well, yeah, still bad, but yeah. Different bad.
Oh.
One of those big guys with a lot of money and,
And an agenda.
And they're not American either.
Really? I got here. I'm going to pull up that meme, guys. Just quick. We got the shot. Where's that shot? Here it is. This really says what's going on. I can't read. I think the artist is Curry. The Big Bend Gazette, I'm reading here. But that says it all.
Yeah.
It's the reason why we exist. When Janine and I first got in contact back in June, It was like, I honestly didn't know how long we were going to do this. I really thought we wouldn't do it for very long. I figured mainstream media would eventually pick it up. They'd come do their jobs. I did not think we would be here now. I did not think we'd have to fight what we fought. I did not think I'd go through 4 channels. We are in a war, folks. This is a political war. Bernie uses the term revolution because we want to evolve our government. We want to change it in a big way. And so we're fighting everybody. And that includes ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox News, and CNN.
So the Des Moines Register is now owned by Gannett Company, which is a publicly traded media holding company. Its assets include USA Today and USA Weekend. So it is a conglomerate now.
That's what I figured. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Another family-run business bought up by
That was thanks to the chat too. So once again, guys, thank you for letting us know the things that we don't know. You guys are great.
And John, just to finish up what you were saying, let's mention again free.Bernie TV and sign that MoveOn.org petition.
Pardon me while I eat a cookie. Free.Bernie2016.
I'm sorry, I said it wrong.
No, it's all right. Listen, Bernie2016.tv will always resolve to our new channel. Whatever that happens to be, wherever it ends up on. It'll be Bernie2016.tv always. I've seen a lot of people say, why don't you create a redirect? Why don't you do that? I did, a long time ago. Bernie2016.tv will always go to our functioning channel. Free, F-R-E-E, .Bernie2016.tv will always go to the Move On petition that we want to try to get as many signatures on as we can because we really want to get the attention of rich people in Google and YouTube to talk to them because that's what we need to do. ch1.Bernie2016.tv will take you to channel 1, which still exists, still has a whole bunch of videos on it. That has not been taken down yet by YouTube, although we received a strike today for no apparent reason on a video that's been there since, what was it, Janine, July?
No, there was a very good reason.
Oh, what was it? What is it? So,
the song that we played, what was it, the one with Bernie? What do you call it? Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
The thing he did, because it was the tune he sang.
This land is your land.
Right.
The person who produced that song or that record is the one that filed the copyright notice. So a little sad by that one because I thought he was feeling the burn, but the person is, I guess, selling it, reselling it, so they want to be able to.
So here's the thing, folks. They're reselling it, and here's the deal. They could have just monetized that. We had it playing on our channel. It gets lots of views. If they were smart, they just put an advertisement on it. They can do that. Secondly, this was a manual thing. This video, we've had this up on the channel for a long time. And they just now came by and said, I'm gonna strike you. I have the option to just make money from it. But no, I think I'm gonna strike. I'm gonna actually attack you for this. All of a sudden, right? This is the shit we're dealing with. Okay? That video was fine for a long time. Manual strike. There's a big difference between that and automatic DCMA. It's just wrong. It's wrong. And now I don't remember what the hell we're talking about. So,
well, you were talking about the CH1, but again, that to me is more of a valid type of thing than what happened with the other channels with them saying we're using spiders and that we're spamming and stuff like that. That's bogus.
That's true. That's true. I mean, and that's what they were saying before is that so channel 2, ch1.Bernie2016.tv goes to channel 1. That's the first channel that was started back in October, I believe. June. Started June. I'm sorry, June of 2015. And That went for a while. Channel 2 is ch2.bernie2016.tv, and that is still active. We've lost Channel 3, we've lost Channel 4. More than 250 videos, more than hundreds of thousands of hours of views, all sorts of content from the 99, all sorts of stuff that wasn't even their right to take down. Just disgusting abuse of power is what it is. So free.bernie2016.tv for the Move On petition. Let's kick some ass there, and I am done plugging it. Where do you want to go, Eddie? You're driving.
Oh yeah, that. All right. Actually, well, before we continue, let's check comments and questions. Do we have any questions? Anything?
No questions. John, where can people watch the address? The one that the one that we just started with. Yeah.
It'll be on it's on our channel. So if you go to our channel and look at past live streams, or it's right under, it should be under there, and if it's not under there, we'll get it there. You can also, this was also a broadcast on the official Bernie channel. So you can go to the official Bernie channel, watch the same clean footage we saw without our overlays, and go watch it there, and they have it there. There's more than 16,000 people watching the official Bernie feed, just so you know. And we keep forgetting to tell you guys. Sorry, I'm so bright. I turned on all my lights because I didn't think I'd hog the camera today. But we don't know that we have a feed for what's coming up. Okay,
we have Scott Galindez on the scene. Yes, we do.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry. I thought we were still hoping. Well,
Scott is going to be. I don't know if we can talk about this, but he had a little something they put in place for him that I think he had to pay for or something like that. But yeah, he's there tonight. So we're looking into that right now.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. Awesome. Thank you, producer Janine, who does all these things that I don't know.
Thank you to Scott for being there.
Yeah, that's true. Scott, who just got out of the frickin' hospital. The hospital screwed up. The hospital screwed up. You know? It's your health care in America. He probably paid way too much, and they screwed him up. All right. Sorry, I don't know. What do you want to do, guys? Back to Eddie. My bad.
Yeah, Eddie. I'm trying to see if we have anything else.
Oh, can I add about Scott? Reader-supported news. He writes articles, like them on Twitter, and they'll send you the art. I get them pretty much every morning, and Scott does some great work over there. So check it out.
Awesome. Yeah, let's see. I don't think we have anything else. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to see if we have anything else.
Just know that your volume is really quiet, so just talk a little louder, Eddie, and
yeah, sure.
And vamp. This is called vamping. It's fun. All right, it's a skill.
While we're waiting, why don't we address the Flint water crisis? Because that's still an ongoing thing. I didn't know if you guys wanted to just mention again what's been going on there, and unfortunately, it's something since 2014 that's been going on and poisoning the kids there, and they make sure that you don't have lead in your paint, but they messed up and put it in the water.
Yeah. What I don't like about it is that how it was an effort to save money. That's what they said about it, but you wasted more money, screwing it up, and you knew about it, so it makes it even worse. So yeah, I would not feel any remorse. I do see people sue it. People either initiating lawsuits or anything involving that because you screwed up. You even knew about it, but you still chose to just not acknowledge it because that's what I don't like.
People are sick and dying, and it's disgusting. In fact, I mentioned reader-supported news. They just had a article this morning that came out about water elsewhere in the country and what the lead level is there, which is a little concerning. I didn't get to read the entire thing, but I am definitely going to go back. So Flint might not be alone in this, but Flint is definitely getting the worst of it. It's terrible, and Bernie's spoken out about it, that people should be possibly going to jail because Janine, there have been deaths, correct?
Oh, there has.
Well, so I think what they're trying to do is just work out the connection between the water and the cases of Legionnaires that have happened there. I think there were 80 or something cases of Legionnaires and 9 or 10 deaths. And the thing about Legionnaires is it's caused by a bacteria that sits in the water, and I don't think it's an issue during the winter as much as it is like over the last summer, but the number of cases were like 10 times normal, and I think there's a very close correlation that they're looking into. But yeah, I mean, 9 kids, and then there's like 8,000 children under the age of 6 that they think were all poisoned from the lead. So
being a child of the 70s, I know lead in the gasoline, when they removed that, I mean, they've done all kinds of studies on what lead does to children's brains, and it's going to be a lifelong thing they're going to have to deal with, depending on how much damage. It's criminal, if you ask me, but.
Well, and you brought up an interesting point too, Denise. You wonder of the levels in other locations across the country. Like Eddie said, this all started as a way to save money, and there are a lot of people who make that their priority across this country right now. A lot of people in power who are making those decisions. So I hope that this is not going to turn into a huge national issue, and that, and I also hope that Governor Snyder gets charged and pays for what he did, because his reaction to this whole thing and the way that he's kind of just, I understand he's trying to focus on solutions now in his addresses, saying, what's in the past is in the past, and now we have to move forward and fix it. But that's not enough. No. You are in charge. You allowed this to happen, and it's time to take responsibility for the state that you are the governor of. It doesn't matter if you weren't the one directly, you are in charge of the state, and if that happens on your watch, then you're responsible.
Yeah. From what I understand, there is some evidence that they knew that this was, going to happen if they went to that water source. That they knew the water source was dirty, and I mean, to add insult to injury, they are charging people and going and sending back bills for all this terrible water they've been pumping into their houses, and going to collection agencies and stuff like that. It's just terrible. And people have mentioned, if this happened in Beverly Hills, do you really think that it would even happen in Beverly Hills, number one, and number two, within a day it would have been fixed, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it looks like Scott's coming online right now, guys, just to let you know. And I can't tell if somebody is, he's coming on and off. So he's getting set up. I'm going to break in a second here to get that going, just to let everybody know that the feed is coming through. But I wanted to say this on Flint really fast. 2 years, folks. You said there's some evidence. No, there's like hardcore evidence. This guy knew 2 years ago what he did was criminal. It's a crime against humanity. There are children that are going to suffer with brain damage for the rest of their lives. There are people that are going to die. We have no idea the extent of the damage that he's caused. He was told explicitly that he could not do what he was going to do. He was told that if he did this, it would do. He knew that everybody knew. They just did it. It was negligence, pure negligence. And this guy needs to be dragged out by his feet and dealt with. And what we're mad about now, okay, I'm looking at Scott's feed. Nobody's up and talking. It's just kind of hanging out. But it's a beautiful, beautiful picture, everybody. Hopefully it'll stay that way. It's really nice. Thank you, Scott, for being there. Flint, Michigan is a disaster. It will go down in history as Obama's big mess. He really, really needed to act faster on this. The fact that he went there and went car shopping, folks. And what's happening in Flint with our federal government not acting isn't just about Flint, Michigan. It's about Detroit, Michigan. It's about Michigan. Michigan is an example of what happens when capitalism destroys an entire state. Just, right? And Obama is doing some, but he is not doing much at all. And it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. This is where things need to change big time. We need to go in there with the National Guard. We kick these people out. What Snyder did was, and this is the most horrendous piece in democracy, the people said they did not want him and his other organization, and they went to legislation. Snyder's own people wrote legislation that basically kept the people from being able to vote.
Right.
That is against the democratic process, 100%. But that legislation was allowed to pass because they were a wholly corrupt state government. That's when you go in as a federal government with the National Guard and you take care of shit, Obama. And that's the problem. That's the problem, is that it was okay. And this is 2 years, folks. This didn't just happen last week. And the press hasn't been covering it. Nobody's been doing anything about it. So it's a failure of the press. It's a failure of our federal government. It's a failure of that state government. And if people are left helpless there, the teachers in Detroit are on strike right now. They're on strike right now because their schools are pieces of shit. They have mold growing everywhere in these schools. This is the greatest nation on earth, Alan Greenspan, you stupid idiot. Yeah, come on. Come on. Yeah, we're doing so well. I'm watching. I'm going to hand it back to you. Who wants it? Eddie? Denise? Brian? Who wants the ball? There's Brian. There's Denise.
Well, along those lines, I would just say, Detroit was hit really hard in 2008. And when that happens, a lot, the government isn't able to gather all of the taxes from housing when people are foreclosed on their homes. They were hit. Michael Morris talked about this a lot. They were hit really hard, and just it just stumbles and stumbles and stumbles down to the point where they were appointing, what did they call them? Emergency managers? Is that what they called them? To be in charge of the city?
Well, that's it. Yeah, they appointed emergency managers, but it's that they appointed an emergency manager, but these other people are still in power. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's not a good. Yeah.
Well, Detroit in itself is a testament to the failure of the U.S. government between the housing crisis and Detroit of old was the industry capital of the country, if not the world, and they brought people in to work, and it was this booming place, and then they took all the jobs away, and so you had millions of people living in this industry town with no work, and people lost their homes, and now Detroit is, the people there are resilient, to say the least, and they're proud of their city, and so props to Detroit. Keep fighting the good fight, and I know that they are doing a lot locally because they're not getting the national help or the coverage, but I know they're doing a lot locally to improve their city and get things turned around. So love to my neighbor Michigan. So how are we doing, John?
Can you guys hear that grooving in the background there?
Yeah.
I can hear it a little bit in the background.
I don't know that they can hear it out live. I'm not really certain. But yeah, Scott's there. Scott's pick. In a second. It's a great shot. I'm going to feed it to you in a minute, and the audio is solid, but they're playing some music, and we don't want to get, striked for it, because we are a target now. So, yeah, we're looking good. This is going to be a clean feed. It's going to be a nice night. It looks great. We're ready to hear Bernie. Yes.
Alright, so let's, I don't know, Has anyone said anything in the chat? Do they want us to speak about more things?
The chat is hating on Snyder right now, and talking about the Michael Moore petition for Flint. So, everyone, do what you can. That's one thing that I've noticed in coverage of Flint, the limited coverage, is that it's private citizens that are really stepping up right now, not the government, in donating water, in just offering any sort of help they can. So it's I don't want to say a silver lining because I don't want to make any light of this situation, but you know, it's nice when people step up like this to help their fellow citizens, and I hope that continues, and I hope that we can get those people back on their feet in Flint and try to salvage, God, I don't even know, whatever can be salvaged from that situation. So keep the help coming, guys. Not just in your thoughts and prayers. Do something. Help people.
Hey host, dead silence sucks.
I'm sorry, I'm the worst. I'm trying.
Well said, Ryan. Great. We're getting the. It sounds awesome. I'm excited. Everybody in the chat room is excited to see Bernie.
I've been waiting all day.
Looks like there's I don't know how big the size of the crowd is. I would guess around, I don't know, maybe 800 or 900 folks, maybe a little bit more. Good sized crowd though.
Nice.
And yeah, frame rate isn't like, you know, sports action frame rate, but at least it's a solid picture and the audio should be good.
Yeah, we'll take that any day.
Yeah.
You know, if you think about it, like Bernie has been having like all these events, you know, 4 events a day, some days, 3 events another day, day after day after day. You know, no one better question his stamina or, you know, his health or anything like that, because I don't even know if I could keep up with his schedule. You know, it's kind of crazy, but like when we see them, we may only be able to bring you like 1 or 2 per day, but he's got like multiple events going on every single day, and that's just him, you know, going to town halls and things like that. Never mind what he's doing behind the scenes, putting together policies, and you know, then he goes to the Senate to do his job, and yeah, he's like the Energizer Bunny.
Never stop.
Pure craziness. Somebody posted on our Slack that little video of Bernie at the airport running. Love that. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, he really books it for a 74-year-old.
Well, he was a long distance runner, so
he was.
True, that is true.
And I think he still walks a lot in DC, going back and forth to work. So
yeah. Say that to the people who say that Bernie's too unhealthy or too old to be president, you have some material. He's not that old.
Just play the one of him running off the elevator.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to point this out. Apparently, this came from the New York Times recently. I don't know, so we can get some chat in before we cut to Bernie. That apparently that there has been, that they have counted up 4.5 million in Syria fled in civil war, and the U.S. only took 2,647 of them.
Wow.
Yeah. I can open this up. God, I hate to keep this out. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry if I may cut out or I start losing it. This blizzard is not stopping. Yeah, so apparently he just returned. So this comes from the New York Times. I'm going to read through this article a little bit. We aren't the kind of family that sends their daughters to work. He just Mahmoud Al-Hajj Ali told me evening this fall. He just returned to the family's dingy second-floor apartment in Aurora, Ill. In the warehouse where he and his 19-year-old daughter, Sham, sorted boxes at work. Mahmoud tried to keep her in sight. I saw how tired she was. It's more than what she can take. His Shamsing's classes only provided a shaky foundation on the language, and she struggled to negotiate basic conversations. Mahmoud also spoke little English. We're studying it. Oh no, we're also sitting with an interpreter, but he can manage the essentials. He's currently 57. He once owned a flourishing locksmith business in the Emirates. When he would have retired if this wasn't happening. They did not expect it to be this expensive for being in an industrial river town in Aurora, 41 miles from Chicago. He arrived in March, and apparently the government has not helped him at all. He's not helped them at all, and nothing is going. So it's pretty sad. Oh no. What are your thoughts so far? I don't know if you've read about this. This just came out 2 hours ago. Have you guys had experiences with refugees? If you've met them or if you've heard about them recently in the news?
Breaking news.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, breaking news right here. Tickers news. No, I'm glad that you pointed that out, though. I mean, I think refugees are going to become a bigger topic for the general, especially if Donald Trump wins the Republican nomination, which it sounds more and more every day like he is going to. And, and it's funny because, how we were talking earlier about people trying to pin the establishment tag, people being Hillary Clinton, trying to pin the establishment tag on Bernie. They're doing that on the other side to Donald Trump now. And in a way, he's kind of embracing it, though, because he thinks it can help him, where Bernie would never do that. Bernie's like, are you kidding? I'm a 74-year-old democratic socialist. But, I think that topic will come up a lot once the general election comes around.
I think it's interesting you say that they're calling Trump establishment, because I just saw it. I find it funny that they're going that way, because I just saw a comment by him, no, it's not by him, somebody else framing Trump and Sanders as the two anti-establishment candidates. One is, I saw the article in Google Plus, and it said one is crazy, the other, right? And so you don't know who they're referencing. It was, a tease article, but
I think it comes down to there's two ways of looking at establishment, right? There's political establishment, which neither one of them really is, and then establishment in terms of the broader sense that Trump is a billionaire that's been around in, kind of the corporate environment for a long time. So in that way, he is part of the corporate establishment, not necessarily the political establishment.
Well, and that's a good distinction. You're absolutely right, because what we're really saying there is, it doesn't look. Bernie is not a part of either. He's never been. You're right. Trump is a part of corporate establishment. Corporate establishment is part of the problem. Government establishment, corporate establishment, media establishment. Those are all problems, right? It's hilarious that the Hillary campaign had no idea what he meant by that.
I think they're getting ready to start, John, if we want. Somebody just walked up onto the stage.
All right. Here, what do you want to look at? Here, let's look at the card while I get this going. 1 second, everybody.
Oh, that's nice.
Rising a war in Iraq. The war in Iraq, one of the worst foreign policy fiascos in modern American history. I thought so back then, and I agree today also. So it was hard for me when my son left for Iraq, hugging me and whispering in my ear that he would be all right. Later, when I got a phone call from the military at work saying that my son had been hit with shrapnel from an improvised explosive device, I prayed and talked to people and did my best to think that things would be all right. My family's one of the lucky ones, because my son came back with a Purple Heart. Bernie Sanders has been a lifelong diligently for funding the Veterans Administration. Bernie Sanders has clarity of mind and a forward-looking vision. This is our chance to restore democracy and justice in our world. So join me in caucusing for Bernie Sanders on February 1st, and please welcome Bernie Sanders.
This is a wonderful turnout. Let me thank you all very much for coming out on this beautiful Vermont evening. For Iowa. Let me thank them not only for our wonderful introduction, but for reminding us how many of our best young men and women have put their lives on the line to defend us, and how many of them have come home wounded in body or sometimes in soul. So let me just simply begin in thanking Deb and her son, and saying that people disagree about wars. I voted against the war in Iraq, but I think we all understand that we will never ever hold the warriors responsible for the war. Our job is to make sure, if America means anything, it means that we provide the best health care and the benefits that our veterans have earned. And as the former chair of the Senate Veterans Committee, that's what I've tried to do. And as president, that is what I certainly will do. Before I get into the thrust of my remarks, and then we'll open it up to some questions and comments, I want to, remind everybody that we have an election coming up pretty soon. Probably you know that. And funny things happen a few weeks, or in this case 9 or 10 days before an election. People start saying things that are not necessarily accurate. I know this shocks all of you. It has happened once or twice. And one of the arguments being made by my opponent is that, well, Bernie is a nice guy, but he just can't win. He can't defeat Republicans. Well, let me disabuse you of that thought. It ain't true. We can defeat Republicans, and we will defeat Republicans. Why do I say that? I say that for two basic reasons. Number one, and I understand that polls are polls, and polls go up, and polls go down. But in a recent NBC national poll, the last poll that's been out, Hillary Clinton did well, and she was ahead of Donald Trump by 10 points. That's good. We were ahead by 15 points. The poll before that, she did well. She was ahead by 7 points. We were ahead by 13 points. Now, they have done a lot of polling, needless to say, in Iowa and New Hampshire. And what's interesting about those states is people get to know the candidates. Whether you like it or not, you see a lot of us, right? And in Iowa, she was ahead of Mr. Trump by 8 points. We were winning by 13 points. She was losing to my good friend Ted Cruz by 4 points. We were defeating him by 5 points. And in New Hampshire, actually, the numbers are even wider than that, much wider than that. The one I like the best is that she was defeating Mr. Trump in New Hampshire by 1 point. We were defeating him by 19 points. And I mentioned that, not to get hung up on polls, but to say that anyone who goes around the state, and that's one of the arguments. Now, there are people who are strongly supporting Hillary Clinton.
and they have absolute right to do that. And people who are supporting us. But what bothers me is somebody who says, well, I like Bernie, I really want to vote for Bernie, but he can't win. And that's just not accurate. I think we can win, and in fact, I think we will be the stronger candidate in a general election against the Republicans. I'll give you another reason. It's not just polls. Here is the simple political truth of our time. Republicans win when people are demoralized and do not come out and vote.
Amen.
That's a fact. In the last election in November of 2014, Republicans won a huge victory. Huge victory. The control over the Senate, gained more seats in the House, won governor's chairs, etc. In that election, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. So the truth is, people do not vote for Republicans by and large because of their brilliant ideas. The truth is, let's say Republicans do not have very many brilliant ideas. Now, I know that in Iowa you see a whole lot of TV ads, correct? But you have never seen a Republican candidate do an ad which really tells the truth about where most of Republicans stand. There are nuances of difference. You haven't seen that 30-second ad which says, vote for candidate X. He wants to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut your Social Security, your Medicare, and your Medicaid, and he appreciates your support. You don't see that ad. But that is really the truth. That is precisely what they want to do. And the way you defeat that is to rally the American people, to bring non-traditional voters into the process. In fact, to revitalize American democracy. We call this campaign a campaign not just to elect Bernie Sanders. And what I have said over and over and over again is, of course, I want to win. I want to win here in Iowa, and I want to win nationally. But no president, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do it, can bring about the changes that we need in this country unless there is a political revolution, unless millions of people become involved in the political process in a way that we have not seen for a very, very long time. I think that anybody who objectively looks at our campaign and Secretary Clinton's campaign, she's running a good campaign, but anyone who looks at the two campaigns will come to the conclusion that our campaign has the energy, has the excitement, is bringing young people, is bringing working people into it. And we can do this on a national scale. And if we do that, and if large numbers of people come in and stand up and say loudly and clearly that at this moment in American history, our government has got to start working for the middle class and working families and not just a handful of billionaires. When that happens, we're going to win, and we're going to win big. Well, when campaigns get into trouble, they start throwing out a lot of stuff. I think it's fair to say that when we began this campaign, way back, we were 50 points behind. Guess what? We are not 50 points behind right now.
That's right.
And that's for sure. And Secretary Clinton's campaign understands that they're seeing them throwing out a whole lot of stuff. I don't have the experience, or my ideas are pie in the sky. I want you all in Iowa to think back 8 years ago. Did you hear that same argument against Barack Obama? People of Iowa didn't accept it then. I don't think they're going to accept these arguments now. And I hear some very interesting news. I just read this last night. I wanted to share it with you. What we are trying to do in this campaign is to create a political revolution. And that means to take on the powerful special economic interests, the political establishment, the corporate media. That's not easy stuff to do. But I got very heartened last night when I read this. This is a story that appeared in the Wall Street Journal. It was online in the Wall Street Journal. And this is what it said. It said that a gentleman named Stephen Schwarzman, who is the CEO of the Blackstone Investor Bank, it's a very large investor bank and very big deal on Wall Street and financial affairs. He said, this is what he said, I quote. He said that markets are unsettled because of geopolitical risks, the slowdown in China, and because Bernie Sanders has become a viable candidate. So we are doing something right. We're getting Wall Street nervous. That's a pretty good thing. And the other thing that I found interesting is Bill Clinton. I've known Bill Clinton, for a very long time. I was in the House when he was in Congress, and we're friends. And President Clinton is going around the country, obviously, in support of Hillary. And he was somewhere, I think maybe in Nevada, where he said, Bernie Sanders is angry. I plead guilty. I am angry, and millions of Americans are angry. We are angry that our people are working longer hours for low wages, and almost all new wealth and income is going to the top 1%. We are angry that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, at the same time as we've seen a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires. We are angry that millions of our kids are leaving college deeply in debt, and we're angry that unemployment rates for kids who graduate high school are off the charts. We are angry that our criminal justice system is broken, and we're angry that we have a corrupt campaign finance system that allows billionaires to buy elections. We are angry, and we should be angry. Now, the difference between our anger and the anger of Donald Trump's supporters is that we are trying to understand the real causes of our problems. Why is the middle class disappearing? Why do we have 47 million people living in poverty? Why do we have so much income and wealth inequality? Why are we the only major country on earth that doesn't have health care for all people? And we're finding real answers. And in many ways, that has a lot to do with the greed of Wall Street, the greed of corporate America, which is doing so much to damage working families in this country. But what we don't do is scapegoat minorities. What we don't do is support dividing up our country. But we understand that what this campaign is about is that bringing people together, men, women, people born in America, people born abroad, gay people, straight people, whoever, black people, white people, Latino people, Native American people, we understand that when we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. And that is basically what this campaign is about. And when we talk about why people are angry in this country, one of the issues I think that really strikes at the core of so many Americans is the level of income and wealth inequality that we're experiencing in this country. Very few people I know, whether they're progressives, whether they're conservatives, whether they're moderates, Democrats, Republicans, whatever, think that it is acceptable that in America, the top 1/10 of 1%, you got that? Not 1%, 1/10 of 1% own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Who thinks that that's what America should be about? Who thinks that what America should be about are 20 people at the top owning more wealth than the bottom half of our people, 150 million Americans? Who thinks that it is acceptable or appropriate or moral that one family, the Walton family of Walmart, owns more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people. One family. You know, we hear a whole lot in this country about welfare abuse, people taking advantage of the welfare system. The major welfare recipient in America, it turns out, is the wealthiest family in this country, the Walton family. And the reason that they are the major welfare recipient is that you, as taxpayers, are paying to provide Medicaid and food stamps and affordable housing to the employees of the Walton family because they are not paying the wages and benefits that enable their workers to have a minimal standard of living. I say to the Walton family, the wealthiest family in this country, get off of welfare, start paying your workers decent wages and decent benefits. Middle-class working families in this country should not have to subsidize the wealthiest family in America. And when we talk about inequality, it's not just the grotesque level of wealth inequality, it is income. Right now, in my state, and I know it's true here in Iowa, you got people who work at that one job, they're working 2 jobs, maybe occasionally 3 jobs, to cobble together enough income and health care to take care of their family, right? That's what you see. In fact, I was in Des Moines a number of months ago. It was very interesting. And I was at the, I was down in Des Moines, and I was talking to a guy who works at an emergency food shelf. And what he said is that 90% of the people who go to the emergency food shelf are working people, but they're not earning enough money to adequately take care of their families. So what we have all over this country are people working longer and longer hours. You know and I know that families are stressed out. Mom is working full-time, dad is working full-time, marriages are suffering because of that stress, parents are not spending enough time with their children, kids are hurt because of it, and yet despite the fact that we now work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world, 58% of all new income created today is going to the top 1%. Got that? We're working longer and longer hours, husbands working, wives working, kids working, 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%. So are you ready for a radical idea? Yeah. Why not? Cold night out there, let's do a radical idea. How about creating an economy that works for the middle class and not just the billionaire class? Yeah. And when we talk about the economy, what we should talk about also is jobs. Jobs and unemployment. Every month the government publishes a figure on unemployment. And the official unemployment is 5%. How many people here think real unemployment in America is 5%? Okay, not too many of you. Why not? What's the difference between official unemployment and real unemployment? Anyone know? Good. So, real unemployment includes those people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. Also includes those people in high unemployment areas who have given up looking for work. And all of that together, real unemployment is 9.9%. But then on top of that, there's something even worse. A number of months ago, I asked some economists to do a study for me on youth unemployment for kids who graduated high school between 17 and 20. And what the economists told us is that for white kids, youth unemployment was 33%. For Latino kids, 36%. For African American kids, 51%. Now think about it. Put yourself into the head of a kid, graduates high school, 18 years of age. He wants to stand up on his or her own 2 feet, wants to get out of the house, wants to become independent, wants to become an adult, wants to earn some money. But for many of those kids, there is not that opportunity to go out and get a job. Jobs are not there. Now, if anybody in this room thinks there is not a direct correlation between very high youth unemployment and another national tragedy, and that is that we have more people in jail than do the people of any other country. We have 2.2 million people in jail, more people in jail than China or any other country on earth. So here is radical idea number 2. Are you all ready for this one?
Yeah.
What about investing in education and jobs for our kids rather than jails and incarceration? I will, as president, here's a promise, do my very best to end the disgrace of us having more people in jail than any other country. Instead of having more people in jail, we should be focusing on how we create the best educated population in the world. Well, why are people working such long hours? Why are people working 50 or 60 hours? And here's something that's interesting. Some of you may remember when we were kids, we saw history books. And the history book showed workers 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, marching down streets and demonstrating. And they held these large placards. What were they saying on those placards? Anyone remember? What did they demand? What was their demand? 40-hour week. That was over 100 years ago. We're still fighting for the 40-hour week. All right? And what they were saying then is, we are not beasts of burden. We're human beings. We want time for our families. We want time for education. And yet the vast majority of American workers today, men and women, are working longer than 40 hours a week. And the reason for that is not hard to understand. Wages in this country are just too low. And you can do the arithmetic as well as I can. The federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour is a starvation wage. You can multiply 7 1/4, you can multiply 8, 9, $10 an hour, 40, 50 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, and you end up with a sum of money that people cannot live on. That's just a fact. And that is why we have got to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. Yeah. It is not a radical socialistic idea to say that if somebody works 40 hours a week, that person should not live in poverty. That is an American idea. That is an idea of fairness. In my view, we've got to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour over the next few years. Now, for better or for worse, those of you here in Iowa, you see a lot of politicians tromping through your state. And you see a lot of Republicans who talk about family values. Have you heard them talk about family values? They love families. Can't stop thinking about families. But you all know what they mean when they talk about family values. What they are saying is that no woman in this room, in this state, in this country, should have the right to control her own body. I disagree. What they are saying is that Planned Parenthood should stop getting federal funding. They want to cut it completely. I want to increase funding for Planned Parenthood. What Republicans are also saying when they talk about family values is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to marry. Increase funding for Planned Parenthood. What Republicans are also saying when they talk about family values is that our gay brothers and sisters should not have the right to marry. I disagree. Jane, there she is. Jane and I have been married for 27 years. We have 4 great kids, and we're very blessed with 7 beautiful grandchildren. And Jane and I believe very much in family values and strengthening families. But when I talk about family values, my views are a little bit different than Republicans' views of family values. And my view is that we should end the international embarrassment of being the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. Now, in Iowa today, and in Vermont, and all over this country, women are giving birth. For those of you who are parents, you know what an unforgettable day and moment that is. And it's a pretty big day for the baby as well. But here's the story, which you also know to be true. And that is, if that mom is a working class woman or a low-income woman, it is likely that a week or 2 weeks after she gives birth, she is going to be forced to separate from her baby and go back to work in order to earn the income she needs to take care of the family. That is not a family value. That is the opposite of a family value. And that is why I will fight as hard as I can to pass legislation which guarantees every American family 3 months of paid family and medical. When we talk about the economy, and when we talk about unemployment, I think everybody knows that there is great anxiety in our country about the job situation. What do we mean by that? What happens if you are 55 years of age and you go to work? What are you worried about? You're worried that your employer may say, Joe, thanks so much for being with us for 30 years, but we have to let you go. And it turns out they're going to hire somebody half your age and half the wage. Or maybe you are just about at that moment when you're going to collect some pension benefits. And just amazingly enough, the year before you're going to get those benefits, you get laid off. Or maybe you are a college graduate in debt, but you're having a hard time finding work commensurate with the education. Or maybe you're a high school kid. You can't find any work at all. So there is great anxiety, I think, in this country about employment, especially in a highly volatile economy. In my view, given the fact that real unemployment is close to 10%, youth unemployment is off the charts, we need a massive federal jobs program to put millions of people back to work. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. Something else that we never, it's talked about much too rarely. Every psychologist who has ever studied the issue understands that the most important years of a human being's life are what? 0 to 4, right? Everybody knows that. From an intellectual and emotional point of view, those are the years that help shape us as human beings. And yet today, when mom is at work, when dad is at work, when families need and put their kids into pre-K or childcare, the truth is we have a dysfunctional childcare system. Some places better, some places worse. But by and large, it is very hard in this country for working families to get the quality, affordable childcare they need. That is why I think we should be hiring hundreds of thousands of well-trained, well-paid people to help with the youngest Americans among us. And when we talk about creating jobs, what the economists tell us is the fastest way to do it is to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. In Vermont, we have many, many bridges that are in desperate need of repair. That's true all over this country. Our roads are crumbling. Water systems, and I'm not just talking about Flint, Michigan here. Wastewater plants, airports, our rail system, levees and dams. We need to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure. $1 trillion investment in 5 years will create 13 million decent paying jobs, and that is what I intend to do. I get attacked. People say, well, Bernie, your ideas sound nice. You sound like Santa Claus. How are you going to pay for all of these things? Fair question. I'll tell you how we're going to pay for that. Right now, we have an absurd and unfair tax system, if you haven't noticed. And among other things, we have major profitable corporations that make billions of dollars a year in profit, stashing their profits in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other tax havens. And in a given year, some of them pay zero in federal income tax. I intend to end that loophole, have those corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. That's $100 billion a year that can go into rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure and creating decent paying jobs. And when we talk about creating a middle class economy, it's not only about the need to create jobs, it's the need to prevent the loss of jobs. Since 2001 in our country, we have lost about 60,000 factories. Not all of that is related to our disastrous trade policies, but a lot of it is. You are looking at a former congressman and a senator who has voted against NAFTA, CAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, and is helping to lead the effort against the TPP. I think all of you know that these trade agreements were written by corporate America, the pharmaceutical industry, and big money interests. And what the goal of those trade agreements were, not very hard to understand, is to give these corporations a green light to shut down plants in Iowa and in Vermont and all over this country, throw people out on the street, move to a low-wage country, China, Vietnam, whatever, and then bring their products back into this country. I think we need a trade policy that works for working families in this country, works for poor people abroad, and not simply the CEOs of major corporations. Tonight, when you go home, you turn on the TV, every large corporation is going to say, buy this product and buy that product. Well, if they want us to buy their products, maybe they might want to think about manufacturing those products back in America and not in China. Now, during this, can everybody hear me in the back, by the way? Is this loud enough? Yeah. Okay. Somebody wants to turn it up again, that would be great. In this campaign, I have been talking about a rigged economy. And what a rigged economy means that the ordinary person works harder and harder, and almost all of their income and wealth go to the top 1%. I've been talking about a corrupt campaign finance system, which enables billionaires now to buy elections. And I've also been talking about a broken criminal justice system. There is an incident that happened recently, which I think encompasses all three of those very important issues. And if you'll allow me to take a moment to tell you a brief story, I think it makes the point. And here's the story. Some of you may have noticed. It got some publicity, not a whole lot. Goldman Sachs is one of the large financial institutions in this country. And Goldman Sachs was one of those institutions whose greed and recklessness helped destroy our economy, and along with other Wall Street firms, drove us into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Millions of people, as you all know, lost their jobs, they lost their homes, and they lost their life savings. It's a terrible, terrible time. Last week, Goldman Sachs reached an agreement with the federal government to pay a $5 billion, that's a B, $5 billion fine. And what the fine was for is that Goldman Sachs, like other major financial institutions, defrauded investors and sold them subprime mortgage packages that were essentially worthless. And they knew it. Okay. So they have paid a $5 billion fine, which kind of tells you that their business model is fraud. That's what it is. Now, politically, over the last 25 years, this very same company has been engaged in what we call a revolving door. You don't know what a revolving door means? What it means is that people on Wall Street or corporate America go into government, represent the interest of Wall Street, and then after their time in government, they leave and they go back to the private sector. Goldman Sachs has placed dozens and dozens of people at very high levels of government in Democratic and Republican administrations, including in the last 25 years, 2 secretaries of the Treasury, which are perhaps the most important position in an administration. One in a Democratic administration, one in a Republican administration. Goldman Sachs, like other firms on Wall Street, also provides huge amounts of campaign contributions to the candidates of its choice, and also provides speaking fees to people. Now, $5 billion fine is paid by Goldman Sachs. Today, somewhere in Iowa or in Vermont, some kid is getting picked up for the possession of marijuana. That kid will have a police record that will stay with him for his entire life. But strange on top of strange, absurd on top of absurd, not one of the Wall Street executives who have paid billions of dollars in fines for illegal activity will have a police record. That is a broken criminal justice system. Anything. What justice means, you remember that? We learned that in school, the equal scale. Whether you're rich, whether you're poor, we all abide by the same rules. But it appears that is not the case. So we have a situation today where not only are banks too big to fail, they get bailed out, but banksters are too big to jail. And that has got to be changed. And I think when you understand why it is in America today that people are angry and demoralized, I think it has a lot to do with things like that. They understand that certain things happen to them and their kids that don't happen to the people on top. So together, we are going to change that. I'll tell you something else we're going to change. We bailed out Wall Street. I didn't vote for it, but others voted for it. Bailed out Wall Street because the big banks were too big to fail. Today, 3 out of the 4 largest banks in this country are bigger, significantly bigger than they were when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail. Today, the 6 largest financial institutions in this country have assets of about $10 trillion. 6 financial institutions. That's equivalent to about 60% of the GDP of America. They issue 2/3 of the credit cards and about 1/3 of the mortgages in America. In my view, when you have a handful of financial institutions who have so much economic and political power, what we need to do is, number 1, bring back Glass-Steagall legislation. Number 2, break them up. Now, people very often ask me, they say, well, what is the major issue that you're concerned about? And it's always impossible to say, well, this issue is the major issue, because all of these issues we're talking about are so important. But there is one issue which uniquely impacts every other issue, and that is the disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United. Here is the simple truth. The simple truth is that our current campaign finance system is corrupt. It is undermining American democracy. Now, in my mind, what democracy is about, you agree with me, that's great. You disagree with me, that's great. Let's have a debate, let's talk about our ideas, let's go forward. But you don't have the right, just because you are a billionaire, to buy an election. That's not democracy. And today, what the Supreme Court has enabled to happen is to say to the wealthiest people in this country who already own much of the economy, now we're going to give you the privilege of buying the United States government. And don't kid yourself, that is exactly what is taking place right now. So all these super PACs are about. Let me take a detour here and tell you with a great deal of pride, I am the only candidate running for the Democratic nomination that does not have a super PAC. Thought about it, and after about a tenth of a second, what we've decided, and it's a difficult issue, because, do you know what it takes to run for president of the United States? Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, or more, maybe billions, who knows? And we have to determine, how we could raise a decent sum of money. And we ended up doing the old-fashioned way. We went out to working families all over this country, and when we said, if you want to help us transform this country, make government work for all of us, we need your help. And you know what happened? We received in the last 9 months 2.5 million individual contributions, more than any candidate in the history of this country. We don't have a super PAC. Wall Street is not pouring in huge sums of money, and the drug companies, none of those guys are. But here's what's going on. Today you got families like the Koch brothers. Don't know the Koch brothers? The Koch brothers are very anxious right now. They're very unhappy because they're only in second place. They're only the second wealthiest family in America behind the Waltons. So what they are trying to do is to get themselves more tax breaks so they cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. That's what they are trying to do. Meanwhile, they and a few of their billionaire friends have pledged to spend in this campaign cycle $900 million to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. $900 million, a few billionaires. Now, when you have, and I just want you to think about this, when you have one family and a few of their friends, a handful of people, spending more money on a campaign than either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, you're not seeing democracy. What you're looking at is oligarchy, and that is something we have got to stop.
promise to you is that no Supreme Court justice that I nominate will get that position unless he or she makes it crystal clear that they will vote to overturn Citizens United. When we talk about what's going on in America, we all know that if we are going to succeed economically, we need to have the best educated workforce in the world. There was a time 30, 40 years ago when we did. Today, we do not. Today, there are hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people who want to go to college, who are capable of doing college work, but can't go to college for one reason. Their families lack the money. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, by the way, Iowa has historically been one of the leaders in the fight for public education. But when we talk about public education today, what we should understand is that public colleges and universities should be tuition free. It's a radical idea? I don't think so. I mean, I think the world has changed. 40, 50 years ago, a high school degree allowed you to go out, make it into the middle class, get a good job. Today, in many respects, that's what a college degree is about. But it's not just. There are a lot of kids out there who don't want to go to college, and that's fine. They should be able to get the training they need to be plumbers and carpenters and sheet metal workers. We got to make sure that happens as well. Talking about higher education and higher education financing, there's another outrage. Another thing that's pretty crazy going on out there. That is that millions of our people, some young, some not so young, are stuck with outrageous levels of student debt. Anybody in this room dealing with student debt? Whoa, all right, this is welcome to the club. What?
For 15 years.
For 15 years. Are you better off today if you paid off any of the debt, or you're
off at 1,000, but I still have it. It was 98.
15 years he's paying off his debt. I met a guy. Pardon me?
Around 15.
Around 15 years. I met a guy who was paying off his student debt for 25 years, and actually he was worse off today because of interest rates than he was when he took out the debt. And he was literally afraid. He's about 55 years old. He was afraid that when he got Social Security, they would garnish his Social Security check to pay his student debt. That's, and you meet kids. I was here in Iowa a couple of weeks ago. I met a young man, late 20s, married, 2 kids, $90,000 in debt, paying over 50% of his income in student debt. It goes on and on and on. I mean, it is unbelievable. So I think what we have got to do is say that people should not be punished for the crime of wanting to get a higher education. They should not have to pay 20-25% of their income in student debt. They should not have to delay getting a car, getting married, having kids. That's pretty crazy stuff. So we are proposing, we have legislation in to make sure that people can refinance their student debt and get the lowest possible interest rates available. Save people a whole lot of money. Now, my critics will say, well, Bernie, that's a nice idea, but that's expensive. And they're right. It costs about $70 billion a year. And I'll tell you how we are going to pay for that proposal. We're going to put a tax on Wall Street speculation. Now, when Wall Street greed and illegal behavior help destroy our economy and help destroy Wall Street, you bailed them out. Now it is time for Wall Street to help the middle class of this country. When we talk about our responsibilities as parents, as adults, as grandparents, I think there's nothing more important than making sure that we leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable to our kids.
a member of the Senate Environmental Committee and the Senate Energy Committee. And in that capacity, I've met scientists throughout our country and throughout the world. And here is the simple, straightforward truth. The debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. And what the scientists also tell us is if we do not get our act together, by the end of this century, this planet, our only planet, will be between 5 and 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. And what that means is more drought, more floods, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean, and we're already doing enormous damage to the ocean, more rising sea levels. It will also mean more conflict around the world as people fight over limited natural resources. It seems to me pretty clear that we have a moral responsibility for our children, for our grandchildren, to do everything that we can to combat climate change. And that means having the courage to take on the fossil fuel industry and moving away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And in that regard, I want to congratulate the state of Iowa for being a leader in this country in terms of wind and biofuels. Thank you for the model. By the way, it also means to me opposition to the Bakken pipeline and all the pipelines in Vermont and elsewhere. When we talk about thinking big and not small, when we understand that we are the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we're not a poor country, we're a very, very wealthy country. It is important for us to understand that the United States today is the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. Now, on the committee that worked on the Affordable Care Act, it's called the Health Education and Labor Committee. It was chaired for a while by your former Senator, Tom Harkin. I worked with Tom. And in my view, the Affordable Care Act has done a number of very good things for our country. We have ended the obscenity of what private insurance companies used to do in terms of pre-existing conditions. You remember that? And I think history will look back and say, I cannot believe that you allowed such a crazy situation to exist. So what pre-existing conditions were about is, say, if you're a woman and you had breast cancer 5 years ago, and you're worried about a recurrence, your insurance policy would say, okay, we can cover you for everything except the possibility of a recurrence of breast cancer. In other words, they will cover you for everything except what you need most. That was pre-existing conditions. Got rid of that. We also created a situation by which 17 million more Americans now have health insurance. And we brought some equality in pricing to make sure that women are not forced to pay more than men for health. So we made some good progress. But, and I voted for that, and it required 60 votes, and we got 60 votes, not 61, we got 60 votes to pass it. But let's be honest and understand that despite the passage of the Affordable Care Act, we still have 29 million Americans who have no health insurance. We have many more who are underinsured with high deductibles and high co-payments. Does that ring a bell to anybody here? Right. Tell me about deductibles. Who wants to talk about deductibles? What are some of the deductibles we have? $4,300, 5,000, 12,000. I saw In the previous meeting, a gentleman in a large family of 6 had $13,000 for his family. Now, what that means when you have a high deductible, when somebody was saying she has a high copayment last week, she had to pay $150 every time she went to the doctor. Okay. Now, what all of that means is that if you get sick and you don't have a lot of money and you have a high deductible, what happens? You don't go to the doctor. And I have talked to doctors in Vermont, in fact, all over this country, and what they tell me is that they see people walking into their offices very, very sick. And they say, why didn't you come when you first noticed your symptom? And people will say, well, I have a high deductible, I don't have any money, I don't have any insurance. Sometimes doctors lose those patients. Sometimes they walk in when they are so sick that they cannot be effectively treated. And we lose thousands of people a year just for that reason. Other times they go to the hospital after all of their suffering, and the system ends up spending tens of thousands of dollars treating them. And if they had walked to the doctor in the first place when they needed to, it would have been much less expensive. Furthermore, on top of all of that, we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Any of you deal with the good friends in the pharmaceutical industry? The pharmaceutical industry, last year, the three major drug companies made $45 billion in profit, at the same time as 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford to fill their doctor's prescription. Is that pretty crazy? And what happens if you don't fill the doctor's prescription? You get sick, and you end up in the emergency room, or you end up in the hospital at more expense to the system than if you're able to fill the prescription in the first place. Pretty crazy stuff. So here is my view. My view is the Affordable Care Act has made important progress, but I think we have got to go further. So I know that I am criticized for this, but let me lay it out to you and be honest with you. I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And here's the other point. It's not just so many people uninsured or underinsured. You all know that we spend much, much more per capita on health care than the people of any other major country. We spend almost 3 times per person more than they do in the United Kingdom. They guarantee health care to all their people. We spend 50% more than the French guarantee health care to all of their people. We spend significantly more than the Canadians. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Spend much more than they do. They guarantee health care to all of their people. So you add all of that up, and it seems to me the logical progression is to move toward a Medicare for all single-payer program. Last point. Point is about national priorities. A great nation is not judged by the number of billionaires and billionaires it has. A great nation, a compassionate nation, is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable people. And by definition, the most vulnerable people are the children and the elderly. And I have to say, not with any pride, that we are not doing well in either case. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. 20% of our kids living in poverty. Half of the kids in public schools in America are on free or reduced lunches. And in terms of seniors, there are millions of seniors in this country who are trying to make it on $12,000 or $13,000 a year Social Security. Think about that. Think about being 85 years of age, needing health care, needing prescription drugs, needing to keep your home warm in the winter, trying to make it on $12,000 a year. And you know what? You can't do it. Nobody can. Now, my Republican colleagues are going around and they're saying we should cut Social Security. Not sure. That's what they think. I believe the very opposite. I believe that we should expand Social Security benefits.
we do that is pretty simple. It's what Obama campaigned on here in Iowa in 2008. And that is lift the cap on taxable income. Right now, somebody's making $5 million, somebody's making $118,000. They're both contributing the same amount into the Social Security Trust Fund. If you start at $250,000, that's the top 1.5% of American taxpayers. Start at $250,000, lift the cap. We can extend the life of Social Security from the 19 years it currently has in terms of solvency to 50 years. And for those people living on less than $16,000 a year, we can increase their benefits by $1,300 a year. That's my legislation. That's what I'll fight for. Let me conclude by just saying this. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We are a smart people. We are a determined people. And nobody can tell me with a straight face that in America we cannot guarantee health care to all people as every other major country is doing. Don't tell me that we cannot provide paid family and medical leave as every other country is doing. Don't tell me that we can't create a process by which all of our young people who have the ability can get a college education. Don't tell me that we have to have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country and more income and wealth inequality than any other country. And don't tell me that the United States cannot lead the world in transforming our energy system and combating climate change. And don't tell me that we cannot reinvigorate American democracy by ending this corrupt campaign finance system that we have. We can do that. This is not pie in the sky. This is not some utopian ideas. These are ideas that in many cases already exist in many other countries. These are ideas that are supported by the American people. And the reason that we do not have what we need to have is we have a Congress far more interested in collecting campaign contributions from billionaires than in supporting the needs of working families. What this campaign is about is transforming that. It is creating a vibrant democracy where the voices of the people, the pain of the people, will be heard in.
Well, that was abrupt. Looks like we lost Scott's feed there. Hang on a second, guys. We've got to pull things back together. We're all a mess. In a minute. All right. Look who's all on the screen there. You're all on the screen. We're back.
Hi-ho.
That was pretty awesome, huh?
Yes, very awesome.
280 people still watching right now, everybody. 1,600 playbacks so far. You guys are
awesome.
Yeah, doing great. And I know everybody's really tired because we've been broadcasting for a long time. So I just want to get some comments from chat there, Ryan, while I set up this last tune, and you guys can talk about all the things we need to remember to talk about, and then we'll get out of here.
All right.
Okay, so, Chad, no questions, but Student debt was a hot topic that we were talking about for a while. And then one that I saw that caught my eye was talking about how, and Bernie even addressed it, how his ideas aren't pie in the sky. And you hear a lot from other candidates about how Bernie's ideas are, wishful thinking and just dreams and everything. But if you don't start with that, he's not claiming to have all the answers. And if you don't start with those ideas that hope that we can be better, then we're never going to get there. So to all those people who say that Bernie has pie in the sky ideas, I say that that's what we need right now. That is the outside of the box ideas that we need.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to get my life together. I think
Stop looking at chat, Eddie.
I'm not,
Camera.
no, it's not that. It's my computer's freezing. And
is it?
Yeah.
All right.
It's my computer and the internet. It's really not working out for me. Yeah, so, yeah, I can agree. I guess we can call this the afterburn now. Welcome to the afterburn, everyone. Yeah, let me officially say that out. So, I guess, wait, so there's no questions?
Yeah. No questions.
Nice.
We covered it in our 3.5-hour pre-show.
So let's do this. Let's wrap up with saying you should have been looking at all the lower thirds that we had up there for a long time, guys, and they were all the places you need to go and need to remember, which include things like the Go Rally app and BernieSanders.com, where you can do most of the things you need to do for the revolution, which include /phone bank, and there was the other URL they wanted us to remember today, which is bernie.to/win. Right? And in order to help us get the attention of YouTube, you want to go to free.bernie2016.tv and sign that petition. And what other links do we need to remember, Janine? What other links? Anybody? How about connect.berniesanders.com?
Did you mention phone banks? Oh, sorry.
I mentioned phone bank.
Oh, Bernie.to/win.
Yep, Bernie.to/win.
BernieSanders.com/donate.
Yeah, Sanders.com/donate. All of these things. And what are we doing tomorrow? Do we have a show tomorrow, Janine? Or what are we doing?
We do.
We got something.
I'm like pulling double duty here, trying to give Celeste a headache. So, I'm so sorry, Celeste. We have Cedar Falls Town Meeting tomorrow. I think we're going live at 8 p.m. Eastern. And so please come back and watch that one tomorrow night. And then I think we are planning for a Meta presidential forum now that Hillary is nervous and needs to get on the air more. So that's for Monday, and that will be at 8 p.m. Eastern as well.
This is that drop-in town meeting thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to meta it because obviously we don't have permissions from mainstream corporately owned media to broadcast it for you guys. But yeah.
And then we'll stop us.
Oh yeah.
Just like in that cartoon earlier.
We will get shut down. Yes, we are moving things off to another place. That's a whole. We're gonna make everything safe so that we don't lose archive. Because I know everybody had a lot of links to Channel 4. We'd really been very careful and taken our time with Channel 4, and I'm very pissed off about having lost it. Yeah, that one hurt the most, honestly. Anyway, that was a beautiful thing. Final comments from Eddie, and then we'll go down the ranks, and then we will go to this cool video. We're going to watch basically again. Basically, this guy's name again. It's his music video. Bruce Bonham channel, and this is Alice Spillman's interesting find from her neck of the woods. But go ahead, final comments here.
All right. I liked it. After 3.5 hours being here, I'm pretty tired myself. And after shoveling, my back is really killing me. I need to take some Ultron. Yeah, shoveling is not as easy as you think.
You took time out during the Bernie event to go shovel your snow? Is that
No. Right before. No, thank God. So right before green room, my mom was like, "Okay, literally, we were literally snowed in, and if we didn't start shoveling earlier, apparently Elizabeth got 30 inches of snow. She got 30 inches of snow, and yeah, it's pretty huge out there. So I decided to take like 30 minutes out, literally me like shoveling, way more shoveling. Like then I was told to. Then like my mom was just like yelling at me to come inside. I was like, no, I'm finishing this. And then I remembered green room, so like I finished up and I ran back in. Yeah, and then I forgot to eat and take Wilfred and everything else.
Well, thank you for doing that, Eddie. I know that's a lot of snow and it's heavy snow too.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But hey, I'd rather be here than out there. So yeah, I really loved this town hall meeting, like every other meeting. Yeah, I can't wait for the next one, and I hope I'm around for tomorrow to watch. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Let's keep it going.
All right, Denise.
Thanks everyone for watching tonight. It was fun and long, and we're all tired. So thanks for hanging in with us. And somebody mentioned I like Twitter, so tweet me at sweepsdenny, DENI, and we'll see you tomorrow in the chat room tomorrow night.
Rockin'. Ryan.
Yeah, thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you for sharing us so aggressively. I can't tell you how many reminders for sharing I saw throughout the night, and we had some pretty good numbers, and there's still over 200 of you watching right now, so that is awesome. Thank you, and I'll see you guys next time.
All right. Janine, do you want to say anything important that we always forget?
Thanks, everyone.
All right, there you go. There's Janine's smiley face. Bye, everybody. It's been fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Some crazy time.
Republican side, what we do know is that for years they have coordinated what they call their message of the day. So you'll hear on the floor of the House, you'll hear on Rush Limbaugh, you'll hear on the Fox and Rupert Murdoch's network the issue of the day, which they will pound away at, which then creates the echo chamber, which resonates throughout America. Sometimes it's hard to tell it. Listen to
Tracks set in the place, looking damn right dead in your face. Together, got the cover by the end of the face. When it never said a tenor, recommend in the same spot. The stuff that the race gonna have to the race. Use a media sources to have their performance. Making a separation between people and dormants. Testing me, and what's it you believe in? Not giving a reason to keep me in the force in the big sir. And a big sword is the plan that is dirt. They have to follow you to force. Ready to sacrifice, and it was active like you to make sure that you move forward. Choose someone, but it really was important. Even though one of you was distorted. Some of them never getting you devoted. And then they could have done it, you won't be rewarded. I know that it's need distorted. They think you're following your dreams, but you gotta be so afforded. But if you're broke, then I guess your dreams distorted. That's in the world with no need to be recorded. Of course, it's the best. Distorted by men. Believe it, they deserve to play your goddamn. For the wild, no one to the bottom of like damn to the land. And they try to roll it like sand. Killing the spirit, they so I end the lifespan. Living this in the battle, they give you a light chance. Living there, but they give it to keep it from 5 man. Bringing fear into the hearts of those people that might stand for something. Seems like all around the world we're watching. Continuing this fucked up plan, we're stuck in. Making it hard to function. And another never see this. We get the function like this. Yeah, stop. We gotta work together to get into the function like this. Yeah, this is the one we continue with the beat like this. Yeah, we gotta do a whole lot front of the train. Cause I'm telling you, we ain't all following them. We're gonna hit them with the same damn trouble again. It's like this. Yeah, stop. We gotta work together to get into the function like this. Yeah, things are the one we continue with the beat like this. Yeah, we gotta do a whole lot front of the train. Cause I'm telling you, we ain't all following them. We're gonna hit them with the same damn trouble again.
With a small number of puppets of this much concentrated power, they will always abuse it. It's simply unacceptable in society. And if you don't change the system, we could be having this conversation in the next 50 years. We're talking about Rupert Murdoch in the 30s.
Calling from my hands, I'm on one of the hands, I'm on the source. We be going up in the trance of what the systems in my life is. The crisis on depends on how they value your life. It's all dependent on if you're by devices on devices. Use a path for the virus through your iris. And I'm the sound sources. So you ain't gonna turn to keep the crowd on and performing the host. Unknown the most. It's radio from coast to coast. Steadily rubbing it into your overdose. Feeding you the same shit to your comatose. Giving you the feels by using hope and ghosts. Hoping folks know that out of your broke. They hope the dreams. Using the same coast to keep the keep up the Trying to stay afloat, find a way to cope with the current coming out. I'm just trying to make a joke. It seems like the key is designed to make a joke. It's funny to me, but I'm not trying to make a joke. I just bring it up that we got the real vibe. The name is separate way that I feel alive. So I feel alive. Must continue to speak up on the teams and everything you. To keep within my dreams, it means to send you a message about what the changes in you. I know it's not up to moment. I don't be hopeless about the two me and you that keep us stupid. Feel the one I dream, trying to keep us clueless. It's all me and you also the whole ruthless. Misguided man, being bogus, useless. Playing with people lives, but they hold abusement. And it doesn't really matter when you're close. That's true, but that everybody gets a bottom of with success. People all around, face over your eyes. Things really gotta change, and that was the time. You find your way along if you aim for the sky. But first, we got this great big smile and clown. People all around, face over your eyes. Things really gotta change, and that was the time. You find your way along if you aim for the sky. But we gotta work together just to make the climb. This here must stop. We gotta work together to get out of the box that's like this. Here must stay to the watch. We continue with the beat, the face that's like this. Here must end. We gotta do our own job, follow the train, cause I'm telling you what we keep on following them. We gonna end up with the same damn problem again. It's like this. Here must stop. We gotta work together to get out of the box that's like this. Here must stay to the watch. We continue with the beat, the face that's like this. Here must end. We gotta do our own job, follow the train, cause I'm telling you what we keep on following them. We gonna end up with the same damn problem again.
Which we will be up against. Why our system is vastly superior to anything in its opinion is not that we think they're being people don't think that they're looking for that. They're much easier. That's the genius of our media system. It's a system of ideology, control, compared to an authoritarian system.
What you will see, of course, is intensive discussion about what we call the wedge issues. You'll hear, affirmative action. You'll hear abortion. You'll hear certainly gay rights. God in separation of church and state issues will be on television every single day. Huge.